Alright, what's going on, everybody? Ryuzaki MK7 back once again. We're back once again. Day 4 of Lostbelt 2 and Fate Grand Order. And yeah, it's been going really good. Last we left off, we had all this, a lot of plot stuff happen. We escaped from prison. We released Brynhild. She has joined the party, and we basically took out most of the Valkyrie commanders. So yeah, that was nice. Before I get started with the story and everything like that, don't forget, guys, if you're joining tonight, make sure we have the Servant and Rarity commands live for all Fate streams, so go right ahead with that. Also, I wanted to make a quick little bit of a stream announcement for this upcoming week. This upcoming week, for those of you that are interested, I will be starting my first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal, and we are going to be doing it on Merciless mode. Yeah, it's happening. And, I'm gonna die. But, I think it's gonna be a fun time, and, everyone, always seemed to like to watch me go through, Persona 5, OG. So, yeah, we're gonna go through Royal on the most difficult setting. And, yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say about that. So, before I get started, I might as well just, get a Servant and Rarity command going. Alright. Berserker. Oh! 1-star Berserker? Okay. I see how this goes. Alright, if I'm going to be going by that logic, then I'm just going to go ahead and just call myself Asterios, because, I don't want to be Spartacus. I refuse to be Spartacus! I refuse to be the man that shouts tyranny! And, who do we got on raid up right now for the summons? Brynhild, huh? Alright, Kamen Rider Sigma is a alter ego class. Ooh, a 5-star alter ego. Nice. So, you got several ways to go with that. You've got Meltress, you've got Okitan. Wait. Yeah, Melt is a 5-star. Yeah, take your pick. While that's going on, you know what? You know what? YOLO. Screw it. Let's do a 10-shot. Let's see what happens. Ooh. I don't think I have not gotten that craft essence yet. Okay. I'll take that. Yeah, I figured I might as well just start off with a roll. Haven't done one in a while, so who knows. Acha. Billy the Kid. Savanto. Assassin. Hassan of Serenity. Number 5. Craft Essence. So far. Nope. Alright, so far it's only been a new Craft Essence. I'm wondering if that's going to be it for this roll, but oh well. Indeed, rejection. What's going on, Strider? How you doing tonight, man? Yeah, that sounds like my fate. That does sound like my fate, Strider. Ugh. I've been getting way too many of those craft essence lately. Done with everything in FGO again? I think that's it. Alright, what does this one do? Okay, art effectiveness by 8 and critical strength by 15. Okay. All right. Well, it's a new craft. It's a new craft essence. I'll take it. Might do another roll later, but first things first, let's get on with this story. Get the clicker out of the way. All right, the beginning of section 12. Oh, first I gotta burn some servants. Yeah, cleaner does seem good for Sherlock, since... Yeah, Holmes is I think Holmes is more of an art style, and art style user, so that makes sense. I have a lot of Archer stuff. Let me see here. Actually, what have I done with you? Oh god, that's right, I have not been leveling you up at all. I need to work on that. Only waifu comes first, though. Alright. And creep up, right. Yesterday I grailed Sasaki to level 70. 90? Nice. And also, yay, super success for Tomoe! Like... To get Sasaki to level 100? Yes. Subamegashi. Actually, that reminds me. Hold on. I've been meaning to do this for a while. But I keep forgetting it. Do it. Ladies and gentlemen, video confirmation of the first time I've ever used a grail. Alright. Just... Tomoe just super suck out of pity? Damn. Alright. Now that we got that underway, back to the story. Here we go. Section 12. You, who was like the spring sunshine. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom... Oh my god, Pepe! Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, all is good. Here we go. Are you getting enough sleep, honey? You'll be in no position to lecture Kadok if you aren't taking good care of yourself, you know. I always knew you were diligent and efficient, but I didn't have you figured for the sort to keep things bottled up. Be honest, have you looked in a mirror lately? Oh my god. You might not have any bags under your eyes and you look healthy enough, but you seem completely listless. Anything on your mind, honey? I'm here to listen if you need to vent for a bit. My god, he's just playing this. Pepe still doesn't know about Russia. I don't think there's any way I'd be able to hide it from him if I started talking. I'm fine. No need to worry about me. I don't have time to talk right now, in any case. Pepper Encino Wood should have a line of clothing. Oh my god, yes! Make Pepe a fashion designer in his Lost Belt of FGO. If that is what happens, I will laugh way too hard. It sounds so dumb, but my god. He would be the Calvin Klein of FGO.
But anyways, thanks anyways, Pepe. It was nice of you to call me.
Oh, don't you worry, honey. I was the one missing you, you know. It's nothing but stuffy men around here, so you can... It's nothing but stuffy men around here, so you are just a breath of fresh air.
Oh my god.
I really should say, though, that your perfect knight is a little bit of a disappointment. He's obviously not doing your mental health any favors.
Yes, I suppose that's true. He is why I've been so worried, but...
How are things with your Lostbelt King? I hear she's nice as those sorts go.
Yes, she is. Queen Skahak Skadi protects the people left in Scandinavia in her own godly way. But it is the way of one who is absolute in all things. She talks of love, but her version of it is so great that I can't even fathom it.
I see. And Koyanskaya isn't exactly dependable when it comes to those sort of things. Okay then, I need to say this. I know I might be the last person you want to hear this from, but your Lostbelt's tree is impressive. I mean, it's already spitting out seeds.
Only because this Lostbelt soils happen to be rich. I can't take any credit. Besides, they all withered away. If I'd only managed to keep a tiny sample, then I could have had something to report to Lord Kishtaria.
Now, no more pouting. Chin up, honey. The fact that you got any seeds at all proves that your tree is growing well. And that means you have a great relationship with your Lostbelt's king. You're doing great, Ophelia.
Thank you.
This is separate from our whole crypto deal, but I'm going to give you some advice. Go easy on yourself.
Huh?
I don't mean as a mage, I mean as a woman.
Okay, where are you going with this, Pepe?
You may not like wearing makeup, but a little foundation wouldn't kill you.
What the hell, Pepe?
Your skin might be smooth and blemish-free now, but do you really think that'll last with all the stress you've been putting yourself under?
What the hell?
You've got a lovely face, honey. Don't hide it away by always staring at the ground.
My god.
Besides, don't you want to look your best for Wodime?
Oh my god, I don't know why. He reminds me of Drag King moms. That's what he reminds me of.
Yes, I do. I can't put anything past you, can I?
She is looking down at Napoleon's dick. Indeed.
I just call it like I see it. I still have a long way to go myself. I really have no business intruding so much on your secrets, however much I just love it. Anyway, I'd better go. Besides, I'm worried about our dear Kadok. It'd be nice if I could get in touch with Russia, but he just refuses to answer my calls. Oh well, if we can't get in touch with him now that Chaldea showed up there, I guess that's kind of an answer on its own.
So, Brynhild is finally awakened. So much for all that work to keep her a secret.
Her again.
You again. What do you want? Are you here to scold me? Are you saying I should have killed her when I had the chance? I tried. Believe me, I really tried.
Bruh.
But I just couldn't do it. I knew she died once when her love went unrequited. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to kill her. It's not because I saw myself in her. I'm not so narcissistic as to compare myself to a legendary Valkyrie. I just thought I could never do what she did. I flinched instinctively. Brynhild is stronger than I'll ever be. Everything about her, and the way she lived her life. How could I ever kill someone like that? Especially by using the demonic sword of the man she loved.
This is weird. This is weirdly touching.
I just couldn't do it. And then the queen decided to love her, which meant she had to be kept alive.
Yay, story time with Ryu. Also, hey Ryu. Hey Juan, how you doing, man? Glad you could stop by. And she just walks away.
So, I...
Talking to yourself again. I see being a cryptor doesn't keep you from feeling lonely at night. You really are a woman, aren't you, Ophelia?
Shut up.
What are you glaring at me for? Isn't there someone else you should be trying to get rid of? Me? I can't wait to see what happens next.
Be quiet and go away. I don't recall ordering you to leave your spirit form.
You did hear the news, right? It didn't take long for Thrud and Hildur to get themselves killed. It's only a matter of time until Brynhild and Chaldea show up here again. I can't wait. Let's see. To put it in terms you'd understand, Master. Sunday is close at hand. Ah, what a feeling.
What is it? What is with her in Sundays? Tell me!
Sunday. No. Please go away. You can't come here.
Lonely at night, use the bed in the back. Bruh.
Stay away. Mosh. Lord Kishtaria.
Orlinda.
Commander Ortlinda, returning to base. Ortlinda? The three of us commanders decided to engage the enemy alone. We were defeated. We lost over half of our 100 mass-produced units, and Commanders Thrud and Hildur were killed. The units returned to the castle's underground hangar. Thrud and Hildur both disappeared after their deaths. My sisters and I underestimated our enemy's capabilities. It seems that the Chaldean remnant's power and resources are sufficient to eliminate us now that Brynhild is awakened and joined them.
I am at section 12 towards the end of it. Oh, okay, so it's not far from where you are.
Then again, it almost seemed to me as if Thrud and Hildur wanted our sister to destroy them. Ortlinda, you're crying. No, I'm not. Thrud and Hildur couldn't possibly have fought just to die. They were both genuinely trying to kill her. They used their full power in the attempt, but were still defeated. I should be proud that they each died a warrior's death. And yet, for some reason, water keeps dripping down from my eyes, Ophelia. It is not completely inexplicable. I am, after all, a little broken myself. I can never be like a mass-produced unit. I can understand why they did that, at least somewhat. We were moved to choose how we would die. even though we weren't given the order to do so. That's how much we love our sister. I see. So even you, or rather all Valkyries, can't help but cling to the ones you love.
That was... Damn, that was really sad. Berserkers and assassins again, huh? Dang. Yeah, we'll go with that. Yeah. All right, back to it. Giant nice beat. Fair enough. All right. So, I trust you all understand why I ordered you to make your report before going to rest. But to be clear, we are still in the middle of a state of emergency. Without the paper moon, we can't hope to escape this Lostbelt since we needed to navigate void space. So I want you to understand that it was incredibly difficult for me to order you to write a report after you are so exhausted from working so hard over the past week. Took your sweet time getting to the point. Anyway, great work, you two.
Oh, bow. Thank you, Mr. Mounier. But it's okay. We thought it was important that we write up a report. Right, Senpai?
I always did put my homework off until the last minute.
I'm sorry for dragging you into it then. Yep, well done with the report. I already looked it over. Bottom line, you two did great. Way better than I was expecting.
Did you have no faith in me, Loli Vinci? Did you have no faith in me? How dare you? And here I was going to come back and give you head pats. You will get no head pats on this day. Moving on.
For one thing, you recruited not one, but two heroic spirits to our side. First, Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of France.
Yes. That's me. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, tiny mademoiselle.
Fon. You too, your Imperial Majesty. And then we have... Hello, everyone. It's nice to meet all of you. I'm sorry it took me so long to introduce myself. I am Brynhild, a heroic spirit from proper human history. I am happy to lend you my strength.
Did you say Brynhild? Then you must be the Valkyrie who killed Sigurd.
I am. Oh.
Well, technical advisor, I'd say victory is as good as ours now, wouldn't you? Perhaps we'll even get to see Brynhild's legend reenacted before our eyes.
I don't know. I don't like to count my chickens before they've hatched. Besides, Sigurd isn't our only enemy here. We've also got to contend with this Lostbelt's king, Skahak Skadi. And there's Koyan Skaya, who showed up here as well, plus that other crypter, Ophelia.
Loli Vinci 100% sassy. Yes, she is 100% sassy. And she is also 100% baby dove. So, yeah, there's that. 1 second, guys.
Hi.
What's up?
Let me see the controller. That's fine.
You need to turn off the you got to turn off the PS4 first. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Got all that.
Thanks for the
Close it. Just make sure to close the door. All right, sorry about that, guys. Hold on. sorry about that. That was Zach trying to borrow something. All right. Anyway, back to it.
And then there's Koi and Skaya, who's shown up here as well. Plus that other crypter, Ophelia. I'd say that out of those three, it's pretty clear who the biggest challenge will be. Skahak Skadi. She's an actual goddess here. Yep, she's the unquestioned ruler here, and even more dangerous than Sigurd. I'm still amazed that her magical energy made every flake of snow in this world. Unfortunately, that means she knows what we're up to. I think I can hide us from her while we're stationary, but since she's bound to notice when we get moving.
When Dove sleeps, she becomes slowly bitchy in her dreams. I'm gonna tell her you said that, Juan.
She might not treat us as like enemies now, but if we do make an enemy of her, there will be nowhere to hide. In which case, there will be no surprising the opposition or making any sort of escape. Right now, I'm just hoping it doesn't come to that.
We have no way of being sure it won't. There's no telling how she might respond once she learns we mean to eventually cut down the Tree of Emptiness.
I guess so. She might even decide to attack us on the spot.
Still, if a goddess said we shouldn't leave the tree for later, I guess we shouldn't ignore her. You there, girl. You swear you obtained this information from a goddess?
Yes. This girl was an amalgamation of 3 different divine spirits.
Then you're absolutely sure she...
Yes.
If that's the consensus of multiple divine spirits, we definitely can't ignore it. Very well then. It seems we have no choice but to make cutting down the Tree of Emptiness a top priority. As of now, that is just as important as luring out Sigurd and taking back the Paper Moon.
I think you're right. It looks like the Tree of Emptiness is more dangerous than we originally thought. Still, that doesn't mean we should be reckless about making an enemy of Skahak Skadi.
As I recall, Ryuzaki said she stopped Sigurd and the Valkyries from killing you. I want sadness and sorrow to play at my virtual funeral. That seems an excellent sign that we can reason with her. If push comes to shove, I can always dazzle her with my exquisite charm and oratory skills. Oh, wait. You were serious, Gordolf? Then please allow me to laugh louder. Okay, moving on.
Yeah, it might well end up coming to that, just based on what you've told us. I get the sense that Skahak Skadi is trying to determine who's in the right, us or the cryptors. I mean, if she wasn't, I'm pretty sure the Shadow Border would have been buried under an avalanche by now.
Then that would make our current enemy. Our most pressing foe right now is the traitorous cryptors, particularly Ophelia as well as her servant.
Indeed. Right now, we need to take on Sigurd with the team we've gathered. Brynhild's noble
Oh, for the love of God.
Brynhild's noble phantasm was made when she killed Sigurd, so it should be up to the task again. Yes, by my spear and soul, I promise I will bring Sigurd to heel.
Don't forget about me. And let's not be confused about this. As far as I'm concerned, you're all part of my new Grand Army. If you're looking to win, I'm the man for the job. As they say, victory lies ahead.
Oh, I definitely have a high hopes for you. Though I don't know about this new Grand Army twaddle. To be clear, I have high hopes for your potential as well. In particular, that trump card you said you attained when you were materialized. Actually, I was hoping you'd be so good as to tell us what it is already.
Sorry, no can do. That goes against everything a secret weapon of last resort should... That goes against everything a weapon of last resort stands for. Sorry, I can't oblige, my beautiful my brilliant mademoiselle.
Still, I could get used to this whole mademoiselle stuff.
Of course you could, Da Vinci.
Anyway, I take it that this means we can also count on this divine spirit amalgamation to help us out?
Yep. I can't promise anything at this point, but I'm fairly certain she'll join us if we can make our way that far into the castle.
Oh, the one in the dungeon? Let me see. Ah, yes, here's the page. I see. A daughter of the Einsburn family, eh? This could be a stroke of luck.
For?
The Einsburns had relatively little contact with the clock tower, but my family is one of the few with some connection to them. In fact, I'll have you know, our own use of homunculus technique is... We are part of Napoleon army. In that case, Vive la France! Oh, God, that would make us Vive la France. Look at this. Why don't you save that for another time, huh? Say our next smoke break or something. But I'm not a smoker.
Alright. So, we've got giants wandering about in every part of this land, along with at least a few dozen more mass-produced Valkyries. It's that kind of military might that normally keeps Scotty's castle an impenetrable fortress. But at this point, she's still waiting to see how things play out, which means we should actually be able to get into the place. So, we'd better wrap things up before she changes her mind. That's true. Based on everything we've seen so far, the Queen isn't one to go on the attack. I don't believe she would treat us as an obstacle, unlike the Valkyries.
That lady's all about love. She's as good as said she wasn't going to interfere. That's just the sort of goddess she is. Those mass productions will give us a grief again if their commander loses it like earlier today, but at least we shouldn't have to worry about the giants. That said, there are some real tough fire giants hanging out in there too.
Still, none of that is beyond your ability to deal with. So, to put it all together, we have Brynhild, with exceptional mythological affinity for one of our major foes, Napoleon Bonaparte, who excels at directing armies.
He may not smoke, but he sniffs up St. Quartz fragments. Oh my god.
And protection from Cetonite, the divine spirit amalgamation. I'd say that gives us some pretty good odds. So, our goal is to take out Sigurd and reason with the Queen, killing both birds with one stone. Or at least with two stones thrown really close together.
Void dust for me. Dang, dude.
The only thing we can't really count for, much as I wish otherwise, is the Cryptor's Mystic Eye. Oh, I think I can do something about that. Really? I think that might mean we're just about good to go. Fall! Our goal is to take back the Paper Moon and learn the location of this Lostbelt's Tree of Emptiness. As far as locating either, we'll most likely have to capture the Cryptor again like we did in Russia, or get the Queen to tell us herself. The latter's a tall order, but the former, not entirely impossible. If things end up getting a bit rough, Gordy can step in with his mad charm and oratory skills.
Indeed. Just sit back and let me take care of it. Her frozen heart won't last a minute against the sizzle of my extra crispy baked bacon and eggs. Excuse me, Gordoff. What the hell did you just say? What words just came out of your mouth? Huh? You mean you're not gonna use magecraft or a truth serum or something? You're a real softy for a mage.
It all depends on the situation.
If push comes to shove, I always have my golf punch to fall back on. Right. Although I don't see someone with mystic eyes being all that receptive to my charms. Not to mention, Tool warned me I would be the one in tears if I tried going up against a woman. What the fuck?
We can cross that bridge when we come to it. Besides, this all assumes we can beat Sigurd.
Lucky bastard, he got bacon. I don't think that's what he... I don't know if that's what he meant by bacon, but... I'm hoping that's what he meant by bacon, because the other way, I don't even want to imagine that.
Once we defeat a heroic spirit of his caliber, Ophelia might just kind of roll over.
Oh. Oh. You're really relieved to hear that, aren't you, Director?
Don't be ridiculous! I'm simply willing to use the plan with the greatest chance of success.
Alright, so it's settled. The Shadow Border will keep heading towards the castle in Old Oslo. We'll need to stop in Torshi since it's too dangerous to keep driving at night, but even so, we should arrive before noon tomorrow. I'm sorry, Mashin Ryuzaki. I know there's a child waiting for you in one of the villages, but the less contact we have, the better. I'm sure you're well aware of this, but for them, our very existence is... well...
Yeah, I know. I get it, I think.
Yes.
No amount of therapy will ever make what he said okay. Indeed, Juan. Indeed. Go to the deck after the sun sets. Brynhild!
Oh! Hello, Ryuzaki. I just came out here to look at the stars. Would you mind if I joined you?
Not at all.
Thank you.
I'm sorry about Thrud and Hilder.
Please, pay it no mind. It is in my nature to kill. That is at least the sort of heroic spirit that humanity has made me out to be. This spear was meant to kill heroes. In essence, it is a noble phantasm designed to kill those with truly heroic souls, those worthy of my love. It is the purpose of my existence. There is no more perfect spear for me who killed a great hero. Yes, Gordolf Music was right. I am the Valkyrie who killed Sigurd. Indeed, there is no better way to describe me.
I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it.
It's all right. There was nothing cruel in what he said. My purpose here was to reenact my legend. That is often where my fate leads me. Let me sit down.
Sit down.
There's something you should know about me. I used to be an inhuman Valkyrie. I was a being who lacked a human heart, just like my sisters. I was a sort of a machine, always harvesting human souls to bring to Valhalla for Ragnarok.
Like the sun is so big at some point they're going to make it runes or something? I don't know. Who knows?
The souls that the other Valkyries and I harvested were intended to serve in Odin's army. So, I carried out the orders I was given, and dedicated to myself to collecting souls. But, one day, I ended up guiding a warrior to victory who was not the one Odin wanted. Instead of aiding the elderly Hjalmungunar, I lent my aid to a young warrior named Agnar. In a rage, Odin stripped me of my divinity and most of my strength, turning me into a mortal woman for all intents and purposes, before sealing me away in a palace of fire atop Mount Hinderfall, whose flame stretched all the way to Asgard. That was when... Sigurd appeared. He tore through the divine shields guarding the palace, even destroying my armor, and cradled me in his arms. He knew of King Gripir's prophecy that said rescuing me would lead to his own death. And he did so anyway. He did not hesitate for an instant. Sigurd said that he had no intention of defying the prophecy or of loving me.
Aw.
But he did. He loved me very much. He called it love at first sight. And I fell in love as well. I taught him everything I knew about runes, and our love only grew. But as the prophecy foretold, we would never be married. There was another woman. She plotted to steal Sigurd's memories and betrothed me to another man. I refused, but unfortunately there was nothing I could do. Sigurd used the runes I taught him to transform into that other man, and told me,
Accept my hand in marriage.
he never did understand what the tears I shed in that moment truly meant. After they took Sigurd from me and betrothed me to Gunnar,
That's when it happened. That's when she went yandere, didn't she?
I killed them. All of them. I killed and killed. Over and over. One after the other. I killed and killed and killed and killed. I believe I had the innocent Guthormr help me, but in the end I was the one who killed them all. I didn't know who had robbed Sigurd of his memories, you see. So I slaughtered the family and followers of Sigurd's new beloved. I did my best to confine myself to the warriors. But in my blind fury, I think I may have raised my spear against the defenseless, even children. I let the fires raging within me spill out and consume everything.
Dang, dude.
The only man I love is Sigurd, none other. No one, not one single solitary person may touch me but him. Even now, I remember that screaming that into the flames, laughing wildly. And then I plunged my own spear into my chest.
What in the heck? Sorry about that in the background, everybody. Motorcycles and stuff.
I'm dangerous. I want to see Sigurd again. I want to embrace him. I want to kill him. After all this time, there is still a fire burning inside me, endlessly driving me to that. Even now that I'm a heroic spirit, a shadow projected by humanity. The version of me inscribed in the throne is based on the moment I killed him, wreathed in flames and madness.
She killed them, but not just the men, the women and children too. Oh god, we're not making that reference.
That's why I can kill him. Why I will kill him. That's why I was able to kill my adoring sisters. Why I was able to kill Sigurd before, despite my love.
Isn't it painful for you?
No. What would be painful for me is if he is truly doing terrible things here in this Lostbelt. The Sigurd I loved was a good, just man. That's why I want to thank you, Ryuzaki. I'm so grateful to you for taking me in. You could easily have treated me as nothing more than a weapon to lay his demonic sword to waste. But instead you... Fool! Don't get too romantic, Bo. Mosh has first dibs. Oh, yes. It seems we've been discovered. Come, let's go back.
Brynhild, I hate sand. I don't. No, I don't. Why did I say that?
It gets very chilly in Scandinavia at night, and we wouldn't want you to catch a cold. Come, Ryuzaki. Tomorrow is bound to be a day of fierce battle. You should rest now for what lies ahead.
The next day. We're moving at 120 kilometers per hour. The engine and drivetrain are both looking good. We're heading around the mountains just as planned. Only 100 kilometers to go until we reach the... Only 100 kilometers to go until we reach Old Oslo. At this pace, we should get there by noon. Assuming we don't encounter any obstacles, of course. Let's pray nothing attacks us this time. You should know better than to rely on a prayer. A true mage is never surprised. He accounts for every possible eventuality. He deals with every bump in the road calmly and efficiently. Just look at me. You don't see me praying. Besides, has it escaped your notice that the only god to pray to here is their queen, who has been around here since the age of gods? No, our only choice is to keep calm and carry on. Our wisdom and knowledge is all the weaponry we need. Excuse me.
Nice, very nice. You sounded like a leader just there. Mounier, our new director's doing his best to keep his chin up and his nerves down. You're not gonna let him outdo us, are you?
Good point. Thanks, Da Vinci. Feeling a lot more motivated now. That was a compliment, right? Oh, well, this is all on par for the course with a new mission underway.
Excuse me, but... Are you sure this is where I should be? Wouldn't it be better for me to be outside with the others? It's nice of you to ask, Brynhild, but don't worry about it. You're the key heroic spirit in this mission. It wouldn't do for you to be out front just now. Mosh, Emperor, Ryuzaki, can you hear me okay?
Why does my name have the only one that has a white exclamation point behind it? I just find that weird. This wind is great. Just make sure you don't get blown away, you two.
Understood. Make sure you stay close behind me and my shield, Master. I should be able to block some of the wind. If that fails, we can always use a rope.
We're fine, but it's really hard to talk with all the wind.
Sorry about that. Just hold out a little longer. There's no telling when more mass-produced Valkyries might show up. So, we need you up there ready to respond quickly if you do. Holmes and I did design the border to endure bombardments, but there's really only so much we can do for that, you know. Bo! Bo!
Oh? They're here already? No, wait. That's not coming from the sky. Multiple large magical energy signals detected. It must be a group of giants!
Yep, I see them. It looks like a real tough bunch, and they're moving to cut off the border's path too. Mounier, hit the emergency brakes. All hands prepare for battle.
Huh, you got it. Let's go, Private. Get ready to fight, Mosh.
Yes, Master. Switching Ortonox from standby mode to combat mode, now. Go ahead and stop the border whenever you're ready. I'm good to go at any time.
All right, hold on, really quick, guys. I just gotta do something right quick. Ow. Hold on, really quick, chat room. Just, Alright. Sorry about that, I had to rearrange some things. Alright. Anyway, now that we're back through this, let's get on it! Hi, Ryu. Hey, Hana! How you doing? How are you doing tonight, honey? Hope you're doing well. Also, congratulations on the Brynhild pulled. I saw that the other night. Good. How are you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. And anytime. That reaction was priceless. Absolutely priceless. And meanwhile, we're just going through the story right now. And depending on how long you stick around, you may have the opportunity to hear me, you may have, well, actually, you now have the opportunity to hear, French Napoleon. Sent you a Discord DM. Interesting. Hold on. I'll check that really quick. Gosh, indeed. Daddy Napoleon, indeed. And I just saw the DM on Discord. I will take a look at it, Hana, and I will absolutely say yes. I will absolutely say yes. Anytime, Hana, anytime. Just gonna get that up. You're amazing, I love you. Aw, thank you, Hana. I love you too. I love you too. Ryu, love you. Daisuke desu. Alright. Well. I do this one for Dove. Dove, I send out your Avenger husbando. Okay, so we got that. That should do it. And then we should, and then if my calculations are correct, Okay, we should be able to finish off this with a single fire of the Umu cannon. Attention chat room. Attention chat room. All hands on deck for the firing of the Umu cannon.
Wait, who is that? Isn't it Beauty? Is it Rome? But it's me, of course.
I love that line too much. Are you asking me what my ultimate waifu is in this? Oof. That's a good question. I was actually thinking about this the other day, but I think I think probably as soon as I'm done with Lostbelt 2, I think I might need to sit down and actually make a FGO waifu tier list. Wait, I'm the ultimate waifu. Well, I'm honored. Okay, thank you. I thought that was a question. I was like, wait, what? Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom.
I see they still have not yet learned their lesson. I do not regret deciding to love them, but I admit I did not expect them to be so tenacious. But I will accept that part of them as well, and love them just the same. Ah, my human children. My heroic spirits of humanity. What a sorry sight you make. You seem to have confused stubbornness with persistence.
More than welcome, my friend. Oh my god, Koi and Skaya.
Are you sure about this, Your Majesty? They have been causing all sorts of trouble in your Lostbelt. Are you really not going to punish them even after they destroyed dozens of your precious envoys? Divine punishment is death, and that is not something to be doled out lightly. Death eventually comes to all who live, so there is no need for me to help it along. I wish only to grant mercy and love. Having said that, though the envoys did go into that battle of their own accord, the Chaldeans were overly bold. Perhaps I let them get away with too much. If they tried to enter my castle while riding that wave of success, I'm afraid that may lead to their deaths this time. How deplorable. The Knight and the Cryptor are both eager to fight them, it seems. Are they still out on the bridge? Last I checked, looks like they're both planning to meet our interlopers head-on. If it were me, I'd be cutting off their escape first, especially there's only one way in or out. But I suppose men who are convinced nobody can ever hurt them don't believe in little tricks like that. You mean the demonic sword? I will say, this does all bring back memories. Gram was once Odin's sword, as bright and powerful as the sun itself. Sigmund won it after overcoming Odin's test and passed it on to his son. It is both ancient and newly reborn. With that at its command, Sigurd is truly powerful indeed. Powerful enough to compel even me to keep an eye on him. I do not think there is any human in all of Scandinavia. I do not believe there is any human in all of Scandinavia capable of defeating him. Former goddess, demigod, one of Odin's daughters. Brynhild may have once been the greatest Valkyrie in all the Norse lands, but not even she can defeat Sigurd. Yes, I certainly hope that proves to be true. Yeah, keep yapping, Koyanskaya. Get the heck out of here, I'm sick of your shit.
Alright, what do we got? Alright, why not? Let's use Jalter. And we'll throw in that for good measure. Indeed. Tamamovich. Whatever they go by.
There, I can see it. So that's Scotty's castle. It doesn't look very heavily armed. In fact, it reminds me of something out of a modern-day European architecture. Maybe that's just how confident she is in her rule. Or maybe because there's no rebellion here anyway. Either way, there's a hell of a lot more magical energy swirling around here than there was on the snow plains. That's going to make it a lot harder to tell what's going on in there. At least the structure's easy to make out. One large bridge leading to the main building. We could theoretically go all the way around and climb up from the base, but we don't have any information to help us with that tactic. Which means this is it, folks. This is where our mission really begins.
No turning back now. This time, I'm not planning on sneaking in or getting captured. This time, we're going in guns blazing. It's time to settle the score between the new Grand Army and the wielder of that demonic sword once and for all. Oh, they roaring. Well now, that sure didn't take long.
Daddy! Multiple Muspel are coming out from the ground underneath the bridge. They already know we're here.
Out of the way! We're coming through whether you like it or not.
Let me handle this.
Oh, thanks, but no thanks. You just stay back and keep yourself warmed up for now. Can't have you getting worn out in the opening skirmish. Does that sound good to you, Private?
Did you actually just ask my opinion?
You're the focal points of this new Scandinavian Grande Army. Better get used to it now. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman, and his name is Gordolf Music. Oh dear!
Here they come!
Make sure to take them all down. Don't let them so much as scratch the shadow border. Hello, my shouty giants. Let's dance the dance of death, shall we? Garden of Avalon. Garden of Avalon. Ow. Ow. Leave Jalter alone. Ow. Ow. How dare. There we go. All right. Hmm.
ゴージャスに燃えないかしらこの服きらめくぞ
La grandement du haine.
手磨かれた我が魂の方向
Hatred.
ラ
La
クロン
grandement du haine. Nine out of 10 for that one. Just the visuals of like that attack is just amazing. Ow. How dare? How dare you? Naniをする? Might as well just up Garden of Avalon again. We must fully charge the NP Umu cannon again. I'm never gonna let that go, am I? Ah, perfect. Oh. Mistimed that. Oh, well. With any luck, this should end it. BEA beautiful. What the heck? Hold on, chat room. Something just happened in my room. I gotta check something really quick. The heck was that? Huh. That was strange. Alright. Sorry about that, guys. That was a weird, kind of glare that just happened. Don't know how to explain it. Yeah, everything's good. That was just a weird little... It was just like a weird little weird thing that happened. As long as you guys can still see everything and I'm still coming through fine for you guys, everything's good. Ooh. Is it just Saber? Saber and Lancer. I gotta use one of them, huh? Support servant as a starting member. I already have that. Alright, let's get Musashi up there. Yeah, we'll do that. And then to follow up... Yeah, we'll do Tomoe. Alright, that's good. Ba-boom.
We've defeated the musical giants and ice beasts. That's all the hostiles that emerged from underground. Wait, I have a visual on a new hostile approaching from the other side of the bridge. Fall!
That's it. None of you has changed much, but I can see you have a lot more momentum now than you did before. You've done a lot with a little, humans and heroic spirits. Ha! Takes a heroic spirit to know a heroic spirit. Ain't that right, Mr. Big Shot?
Sigurd.
It's been a long time. The last I saw you, you were being sealed away. You're from proper human history too, right? Well, that's a reason enough for us to fight. Come at me, Brynhild, elders of the Valkyries and the daughter of Odin. If you really are a demigod, that makes you worth killing.
You speak as though I'm a stranger.
'Cause you are. At least as far as I'm concerned.
So you claim to be a servant from this Lostbelt? The change in your eye color is not enough to confuse the identity of my quarry. You are Sigurd, son of Sigmund. You are the warrior king who excels in every regard. Every fiber of my being screams that you are the one I must love and kill. This was never supposed to happen. My actions, my madness, in service of justice? Unthinkable. But here you are, on the side of this Lostbelt. You have chosen a path that pits you against humanity. So you won't mind dying now, right, Sigurd?
You're gonna die here. You're gonna die here, Valkyrie.
Ah, she's back. Another hostile is incoming. It's the last remaining Valkyrie commander.
Okay, last one. Okay, last one. Brynhild, you were my sister Orlinde. I loved you. Huh. So she's here too, huh? Makes sense. I had my suspicions that she might still be hung up on what happened last time we fought.
Stand down, Ortlinda. You were there when our sisters made their final plea. There is no point in you fighting me. You know this. No point and no need. You cannot interfere in my dance with Sigurd. Stand down. Please. Sister. I've been thinking a lot about the last thing Thrud and Hildur said. But no matter how much I think, I can't understand it. I believe I feel something similar. It's fleeting. It's also too overwhelming to describe. That's why I'm taking up my spear, just like Thrud and Hildur did.
Oh boy. Oh, this is where you're stuck?
Force expanding combat functionality, increasing output beyond safety limiters. Overload. Overload. Synchronizing magical energy with Gram. Initiating team combat.
You're planning to keep up with me? You're a cheeky little thing, aren't you? Well, this should be amusing. I think you mean admirable, Mr. Demonic Sword. You might be real strong, but you're pretty pathetic when it comes to understanding women. Bruh. I see your little surge of momentum has led to a big surge in irritating chatter. Archer. What would a modern-day man like yourself know of the Valkyries anyway? Such mystics are all but completely beyond your comprehension. Oh, I don't know about that.
I wouldn't know about that. I'm actually pretty into mythology. I always made it a point to go exploring around pyramids whenever I am on one of my expeditions. So seeing a wielder of a demonic sword and a Valkyrie together like this? It's a dream come true, really. And well, this isn't something I'm thrilled about. But now that I'm a heroic spirit, I have a knack for crushing mystics.
Bropolian, the history geek, indeed. Indeed. Oh, take your best shot then. You've already tried that absurdly oversized cannon on me twice and it didn't do a damn thing.
Oh la la, only twice? That's nothing. Everyone knows the third time's the charm.
This'll be the 5th time for us. This time I'll do everything I can to defend against Grom.
Let's do this thing, Mosh.
Freezing Ortonox output. Maintaining combat mode. All equipment standing by. I'm good to go. Boom, 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 boom. Sigurd. Sigurd. Now that I've found you, I won't rest until I've killed you.
And so it begins! The grand battle. Well, not the grand battle, but still. All right.
The Grand Battle of Love.
Well, I wouldn't know about Grand Battle of Love because Ophelia hasn't shown up yet.
Garden of Avalon.
Revoke my master license? How dare. Must be nice having Merlin. Yeah, it is, but still. And also, how you doing, World War? Glad you could stop by tonight, my man. Also, guys, for those of you who have not done so, we have servant and rarity commands available for your pleasure. Oh, Napoleon, no! Damn it. Hey, Okita. Glad you could finally join. Oh, shit! Okay, I was not expecting that to go to full charge. I might need to redo this battle. Merlin's probably dying. Damn. Been teasing Isekai and have fun at Fuji's unboxing. Oh yeah, didn't I forget. Fuji got a was it a Musashi figurine I heard? And also, damn it, Musashi, no! Gonna record, I'm still here. Okay, no problem. It was a Musashi figure? That's right. I remember I remember Fuji talking about it. Ugh, this is bad. Can I bring this back? All right. Let's do this. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Fuji said he was gonna have his girlfriend do that. I might actually have to do a waifu tier list soon for FGO. All right, this should take care of Valkyrie. Oh no, please survive, Tomoe. Oh boy. This is bad. Oh god, I'm scared. What did she rate Holmes Boy? Arash triple S tier. Oh my god. That's kind of hilarious. Trying to think. All right, I'm gonna have to redo this fight. Yeah, okay. This is fine. Alright, let's try that again. Three out of 5 mainly because she didn't like the way his hair looked? I mean, it's Sherlock Holmes. That's just how it is. Most depictions, that's how his hair looks. So I don't... never mind. I'm not gonna be too hung up on this. Who talking smack on Sherlock? I think it was Fuji's girlfriend. He had her rate the husbandos and waifus in FGO, I think. World War knows a little bit more about it than I do. Let me think. All right. God. Okay, accurate. This is what we're gonna do. Who's coming? Hold on. Future tier list. Arash's triple S tier. Stella! That's really all I can say to that. Fire the Pride Cannon. We have fired the Pride Cannon. It was super prideful. Okay, I am protected this time. We are gonna live through this. Ow. Don't worry, boys. We livin'. I'm sad that Isekai won't be... Is Isekai taking a break this week? Oh, man. That's a little upsetting. Family emergency? Oh, dang. I hope she's all right. Oh my god, stop bullying Musashi! This is not good, Civ. Just in case something happens. Oh, my Kaiba is beating up Fuji's wife. Bruh. All right, there we go. There's that break bar. Oh, he charged up. Luckily, he can only go after one at a time. Unleash everything! None. Oh wait, wrong one. We haven't gotten there yet. Oh, so close. Go forth, Musashi.
Nanmu. Tenmai Daijizai Tenchi. Tats.
Sword is the path to the void. My very life. Ishana Dai Tensho! Ah, beautiful. Ooh. So close. All right, who's getting it? Oh, he went after Musashi. No! Woo! Bless me. It's okay, Ryu. We can still do this. Go, Okita. Blue eyes, white dragon. All right. One more turn and this will all be over. Go, Okita. Oh, he's still standing. Whew. That was close. Kind of glad I didn't. I'm actually glad I really didn't waste any command spells on that.
They're very strong, but not unbeatable. The Orthodox's output is stable. The auto-maintenance function is still working, and both Brynhild and Napoleon are providing me with extra protection.
I'm gonna download Duel Links because of Sigurd.
I can still fight. I'm not going to shut down. Not before we bring down that demonic sword.
Let's keep up the pressure. Right on. I can tell he's feeling the pain now more than ever. But I've still got some concerns. How are you doing, Brynhild? Think you can keep this up?
That could be a bit difficult. I never thought even Sigurd could be this formidable in a time of war. I thought I understood, but clearly I was mistaken.
Anna constantly shouting,
Daddy! The Sigurd I knew was from peacetime when he never so much as went on an adventure. I never imagined facing off against Sigurd with his demonic sword would be so daunting. What a magnificent hero. Oh, what a frightening man. This is no good. In the face of such a strong, confident warrior.
It's okay, Hana.
I have no choice but to set my soul ablaze. Odin Seal prototype engaged.
Oh, shit.
But where's all this magical energy coming from? The Odin Seal prototype. A power given only to Sister, not us. Sister Brynhild, would you truly go so far as to defeat us?
It's okay, Hana. It's okay. It's okay, Hana. Don't worry.
I just detected a massive surge of magical energy. What in the world is going... Wait, is that... the Odin Seal? One of the primordial runes from the Age of Gods? It's gotta be hundreds of times more powerful than modern runes, easily. It looks like a spell from the Age of Gods, closer to true magic than magecraft. Using that energy in a spell would be one thing, but if you let it all loose at once, it wouldn't just destroy your spirit origin, it would... annihilate my soul. It would...
Whoa, wait, you didn't say anything about that!
Thank you, Ryuzaki. You are so very kind. But this is what it means for me to put my life on the line. Forgive me for making you wait so long, Sigurd. I am finally ready to express my love and kill you once again.
This is some messed up yandere shit, guys. Oh, dang it, I skipped that.
What a shame. Here I thought we could still have some fun together, but then you went and pulled out one of Odin's tricks. I've had enough. No more play fighting. Time to die.
Hold it! Hold it, Saber. How many times have I told you? You're only supposed to kill the servants, but you were going to kill everyone, weren't you?
Why, hello there, if it isn't my beloved Ophelia.
You haven't changed a bit, Archer. I should have killed you when we first met. But I do commend your efforts, much as I hate the result. You just had to go and bring Brynhild here, didn't you?
Ha, you honor me, ma chérie. It's enough to make me cry out of sheer gratitude.
Ophelia. I see you're here again, Mosh. Why? Why did you come? It's our duty. Duty? You mean you feel like you're honor-bound to protect humanity? I don't know. I haven't met enough humans to say whether I feel any obligation to them. But even if we end up destroying this Lostbelt as a result, we can't give up on our world, just like the Yaga in their frozen world didn't give up on their survival. No matter what happens as a result, we decided to hold our heads high and keep moving forward.
Yeah. We did, didn't we?
Like master, like servant, I see. I can practically see you buckling under the weight of your guilt, yet you meet my gazes unblinking. You really have grown strong, Mosh. I'm nothing like you. I could never be like you. But I still cannot step aside. Wodime. Lord Kishtaria made a decision, and I refuse to betray his faith in me!
Uh-oh. Here comes our mystic eye.
Phenomena. Shufen auf. The Odin seal. What a marvelous primordial rune. Equiles nirma glanzen shin. My rune is weakening? You shine too brightly. That's why this eye of mine refuses to see that possibility to go any further. Then she is rewinding phenomena. But she can't be interfering with time itself. Even if it were a noble color, a jewel rank mystic eye, controlling time should be impossible.
That's it. That's what I like to see. Your pathetic spirit origin can't handle the Odin seal prototype. Now that Ophelia stepped in, all that's left is your spirit core tearing itself apart, huh? That's it. Squeal. Writhe in agony. You deserve to crawl on your belly after reducing yourself to nothing more than a human woman.
Sigurd! Ah!
Brynhild!
No, it's all right. I'm not finished yet for you, Zaki. Please, it's dangerous for you to worry about me like that. Remember what I said? I told you to let me handle her mystic eye, and I meant it. Phenomena. Schufen auf! No, no more. One experience with your eye was more than sufficient. Reinitializing Odin seal. Re-engaging. Your eye will no longer lead me astray. You aren't truly rewinding phenomena. No, it is more of a matter of you determining their possibilities. And in that case, one can deal with it like so. You restarted it? But you're a servant. Your spirit core is tied directly to your brain and heart. Restarting the Odin seal now would mean completely destroying your spirit core. Sister! What are you? You can't see it anymore, can you? That is because I have narrowed its possibilities. What do you mean by... I have seen powerful magical eyes before. So I will not back down in the face of more, even should they belong to a foreign god such as Balor. Even were my father himself looking down upon me. I will still kill Sigurd!
Out of the way. You're chatty for a damn walking doll.
Sigurd!
They're going at it.
No way. That's impossible. She actually fixed her mind in place. She decided there was only one path forward for her and cut off any other possibilities. How can she do that?
I doubt any ordinary human can cut off possibilities through sheer force of will. Not even an ordinary demigod can pull that off, but a demigod mad enough to burn herself alive.
Well, she just might be twisted enough to wield a demonic spear.
Sigurd? Sigurd?
Sigurd!
Sister?
Ah!
To you who walks the path of evil, I offer up my fire, my madness, and my love. Till death do us part. Brynhild Romancia! Brynhild's spear is growing and changing shape.
That must be her noble phantasm. The spear made her taking warriors' lives. Damn, it's huge. Look out for the shockwave.
Feel her love, senpai.
This is my killer's spear. The spear made to kill the heroic dragon slayer. The love of my life. Sigurd, by virtue of who you are, it is impossible for you to avoid my blade. It is the great spear, its weight reflecting the depths of my love, that will end you in one blow. It's done.
Nice try, but that's not going to work.
Oh shit.
What? How can that be? That was Brynhild's noble phantasm, the hero killer.
Why do you think she's the rarest lancer in the game? True, fair enough.
And she just used it on Sigurd, the very man it was created for. It couldn't possibly have missed its target. It should have killed him. So then, how is he still alive? That noble phantasm of yours was definitely impressive. But unfortunately for you, I'm not Sigurd.
What? He's not what? I have several questions. Yay, login bonus. Oh. Free Saint Courts. Everybody with the login bonus, we get 10 free Saint Courts. He's not Seto Kaiba.
Nani?
Oh, just checking something really quick. Alright, just making sure that the banner didn't change. Alright. Oh, this time it's only Saber.
Holy plot twist, Batman.
World War, stop trying to eat foe! Free the homie foe! Alright, I need all of my single target archers. How am I doing with Chiron? Haven't really leveled him up. But I have him at NP2 if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I have him at NP3. Well. Okay, we'll have him at that. We'll switch Tomoe to closer to the front. Atomoe, 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 Atomoe. Alright, here we go. Foe tastes like chicken. Then does that mean Foe's a bird? Never mind.
But unfortunately for you, I'm not Sigurd. I'm not even one of those hero types the Valkyries yearn for.
Huh? What are you saying?
Ophelia, release my second limiter. Quickly,
This spirit origin won't last long.
At least you swaps. Juan, why?
Personally, I don't mind if...
No, I won't let that happen. I can't let your body be destroyed. As long as you're in this Lostbelt, you must remain my knight.
What the hell is happening?
Forced Spirit Origin Ascension. Final limit of release. Vanquish all who would stand in our way, my knight.
Force Ascension again! Full power Sigurd. Oh god. Fry foe. Okay, who's getting the bet? That would be World War. Randy, and how you doing, buddy? Glad you could join tonight.
Final limiter released. Commencing eradication utilizing heroic spirit Sigurd's full capacity. I feel so much lighter. It's so nice to finally be rid of that awful mask. I can't imagine why he'd ever want to wear something like this. What a nut job.
Well, so that's what you really look like, eh, lover boy? I see Grams changed color too, and it looks like you're putting out exponentially more magical energies than before. This ought to be fun. I even like the glasses. They make you look smart, even sensible, no matter how viciously you're wielding your demonic sword. Maybe I should try them myself.
You mean these? I'm told they signify the wisdom of the gods or some such. I doubt they'd look good on you.
Oh, damn! That diss, though! Stop passing out fried foe! World War, how dare you? I don't know. I think they might.
Well, how about this? If you can kill me, you can try them on and find out.
Don't diss the French daddy. Indeed.
Feel the power of my demonic sword.
Did he just create fire by swinging his sword?
Sorry, guess I went a little overboard with the fret trash talk. I meant to dodge out of the way, but I was a little too slow.
It's okay. Luckily, I was able to raise my shield in time. Master, did you see that?
It didn't look like he inscribed a rune.
That's true. Rune Magecraft relies on drawing sigils and patterns to shorten its incantation. But when Sigurd created the fire just now, he didn't write any runes? Sigurd. No, you aren't Sigurd. You're...
He's who?
Sometimes ice and snow can cause people to freeze to death. People must learn how to survive the cold if they want to make it through the winter. But without ice and snow, there can be no spring. Without them, the earth can't rest. So you mustn't hate them for being cold. One day, the sun will shine bright again, bringing with it warmth and blessings.
Dang it, World War.
Yes, I think so too, Sigurd. We can always wait if we must. In the meantime, we can always dream of spring flowers.
That's right. Nature is bountiful and varied. There's very little in it that's completely one-sided. Sometimes it sides with justice. Others, it can be wicked and capricious. But
what?
fire is the only one thing that is best left alone. Fire may have a gentle side, providing warmth that helps one get through the winter, and may even be able to guide people to prosperity. But, for my part, I don't think I'll ever make use of fire runes.
I've given you a great many runes. You should be capable of all manner of things. You should be able to wield fire far better than humans.
Uranium. Dang.
And yet, You choose not to?
Yes, I know that this may be hard for a demigod to understand, but humans need to fear fire, because fire can consume everything. Swords, lives, love, and sometimes even fate. That's why fire runes are the one kind I will never use.
Sigurd?
Dang, Mama Hana being cruel but fair.
Sigurd. No. No, you aren't him. You couldn't be him. Who are you?
Who do you think, Brynhild? I assure you, I truly am Sigurd. What pitiful creatures humans are. If only you were a god, you would know what this fire in my soul signifies. Pitiful, pitiful, pitiful! How unsightly. I can't stand to look at you any longer. Oh shit, he's packing heat! Literally! Oh! Ow! Whoa. Easy. Summon World War to the void.
Alright. Alright, let's see. What do we got? I just had to get up for a second.
Okay, 2 break bars. Neat. Queen. Jack. King. Alright, we're starting off with Merlin, Grandpapa Moriarty, and, Big Daddy Napoleon. 2 break bars. Oh, joy. I honestly don't mind 2 break bars. It kind of gives me an expectation of what to expect. Should look at my support to see who I was working at. Well, I couldn't use anybody else's. I couldn't use any others' support. They basically had to force these characters on me. Don't know why that was on, but whatever. Alright, we'll go for a full chain with Napoleon, see how that works out. Preparing the Pride Cannon! And yes, I do not feel bad calling it the Pride Cannon because rainbows, motherfucker! It's beautiful. Okay, close, close. Manliest rainbow I've ever seen? Yes. Oh, damn it, it's so close! Fire the... Wait, guys, we need to make Napoleon the new... mascot for Skittles. Fire the rainbow. Taste the rainbow. All right, one break bar down. Uh-oh, critical rate up. Oh, Jesus. Someone please clip that? Yes, please. Oh, thank God I did that. We have saved you. We have saved you, Grandpa Moriarty. Thank you for the clip. Several questions for that statement? Indeed. Release. Time for your punishment. Wonderful! The world is full of destruction! God damn it, I love Moriarty. Ooh, nice! Returns to eating the fried foe. Stop eating the foe! Free my homie foe! No, there goes Merlin. Stop eating the Merlin spawn. All right, Tomoe's up. Alright, everybody's at full NP!
兵士をもって命じるセイバー
He put on guts and he's at full charge. It all comes down to who he attacks. No! Tomoe! It's okay, she has guts. Okay, we're good. We're firing everything! Pseudo-noble, true name sealed. Pseudo-noble phantasm, release. Time for your punishment. It's just Moriarty, but it's just so badass just seeing him do this crap. Oh no, Randy, here's the thing. You can actually change it now. You can actually change it now in the menu. Go, Oni Waifu! And next comes the Rainbow Cannon! We must fire the Rainbow Cannon that was taken from a laser cannon from a show of Gundam! And he has guts, so he's gonna restore some HP, but that's okay. I'm sorry, Tomoe. Better than old Jojo, dang. Yes, and burn took him down. The lasting burn from Tomoe's noble phantasm was what took him out. Yes! Ah, well done! Well done! Good show! Enough!
Order Nox, maximum output! Master, his demonic sword is more powerful than anything we've seen before. But I refuse to let him beat me. He may be strong, but strength is all he has. And we swore we would never lose to empty strength like that ever again. Saber!
Shut it! We were just getting to the good part. Stay out of this, Ophelia. Keep your damn mouth shut!
Wrong.
Cha!
Who are you? Who are you? Sigurd? No. You! What are you doing?
Me? I'm...
I've pierced your armor. Can you feel that? You who wear Sigurd's face? My spear has destroyed your armor, tore through your flesh, shattered your bones, and cut your spirit core in two. Every thrust of my spear, every cannon shot, every shield bash wore you down bit by bit. And now, at last, my blade has found its mark. Brynhild! Full kill!
Magnificent! What is it? What's going on? We can hardly We hardly have any picture in here. It's impossible to tell what's happening. Did you beat him? So Sigurd has finally fallen to Brynhild's spear.
I'm sure you'll confirm that's accurate.
Wait, something's wrong. These magical energy values are strange. Watch out, this isn't over yet.
That's it! At last! Finally, someone managed to pierce Sigurd's spirit core. This is what I've been waiting for. What? How I've waited! Now that someone who can defeat me, who can kill me, has finally appeared. That accursed command seal that kept me from taking my own life no longer matters.
Saber, what happened? You can't have lost my knight. Sigurd couldn't possibly lose. That was why I released your final limiter. Ophelia?
Clip, please, good acting 2020. Thanks, Anna.
This can't be happening. No. Phenomena, schufen auf! I won't let a new saber be born from Sigurd's destroyed spirit core. Ich will was nehmen glatzen schien!
Don't bother. The Valkyrie was kind enough to show me how to get around that. Did you forget already, Ophelia? True, I might be just another phenomenon myself, but I still have a mind and soul.
No. Mosh! I can't stop him! Once he breaks Sigurd, his shell, it won't be long before he's here. I can't stop him. I can't! And after Lord Kishtaria entrusted him to me, the flames, they're coming.
As someone who loves Norse mythology, this is some good shit.
Screaming, I point a trembling finger skyward. Above lies the light that illuminates this world. The fire that burns ceaselessly in the sky. The oddly large ball of flame that oversees the entirety of this Scandinavian Lostbelt. The star that sits in the middle of the sky. The sun.
Oh god, it grew black.
Just now, the sun shone intensely bright, as though it were responding to my screams. It burns. It burns.
Also, I saw you come on in, you say, how you doing, man? Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
This is not what a star is meant to do, even as it hangs in the sky on the precipice of outer space. It begins to undulate, like a fetus moving in the womb. This is not a proper star. This is no star made of mere flame. It's far more akin to the magma that bubbles deep beneath the ground, only more foreboding. I wish I could look away. Yet...
And this sun is not a sun. Why was I right? Indeed.
I wish I could look away, yet my mystic eye still casts its gaze upon that awful sight. There is no possibility of stopping it. Its turbid, fiery streams wriggle and squirm, and now...
Yes, Hana, yes. Myself being someone who suffers from an eye condition. Don't stare into the sun.
They spill out. They're falling. They're pouring onto the ground. The sun is falling. The flames are pouring down. Now an enormous humanoid form is taking shape, sliding out from the hole of sun.
We interrupt this episode of FGO to bring you FGO, Bloodborne style.
A giant. Yes, it must be a giant. But its form is nothing like any of the others. His body towers over all other giants. The heat he radiates is devastating to all other forms of life. He is the embodiment of flame. He is the fire of the false sun. He is the Lostbelt's true saber, hiding in the shadows of the soul and spirit core belonging to a heroic spirit from proper human history, Sigurd. He is the God-Slayer, the cornerstone of the Norse age of gods Ragnarok. He is the overseer of this Norse Lostbelt's sole source of heat. He is the ruler of Muspelheim, realm of fire and flame and destruction incarnate. He is the wielder of the flaming sword, the Dark One.
Yeah, I think it is Searcher.
The Dark One, the one destined to kill the gods and in time lay waste to all of the land.
Yes!
His true name is Searcher, the fiery king of giants.
My inner Norse mythology geek is freaking the hell out right now because this is great. Yeah, we might be in trouble. Well, let's keep it going.
Section 13. Twilight here once again. Bringing twilight here once again. Beginning.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
I've always hated Sundays.
Can I get F's in the chat for how fucked we are?
Why? Simple. I hated myself. For me, Sundays were a prison, and I hated how I was never able to escape from them. I could never take that first step. I detested how weak I was. How my parents' wishes felt like a curse, leaving me unable to even set foot outside. I never even thought about running away. The idea of leaving never so much as entered my mind. Which is why I was always waiting for someone. Someone who would come and save me. Someone who would let me out of here. Someone who would tell me, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to grant anyone's wishes. I waited for someone like that for so long, though I knew no such person would ever come. Even now, I think some part of me is still waiting for someone like that.
Damn, Ophelia. Oh, this is bad.
The moment the sun fell, every giant across this Lostbelt looked up at the sky and roared in unison. All at once, the featureless masks the Queen had placed on their faces in order to control them shattered. As their masks disappeared, so too did the days that they did slumbering without a king. Now, they were truly awake. The giants' roars echoed throughout the land, singing the praises of the king who would bring about Ragnarok in a language humans could never understand. O king, O king, O king, searcher, wielder of the flaming sword, carry on our battle, carry on our war. It is not enough that the old gods are dead by your hand. We must raze this ancient land to the ground. Let Ragnarok recommence. Bring on the joyful times, the end time.
Either Scotty's gonna be pissed or she's gonna accept Searcher's love. Either way, it's gonna be bad.
Let us begin the destruction. Now is the time.
I wish I had a voice filter. I wish I had a voice filter for like giants and everything.
Huh? Where did the sun go?
Oh, this. Holmes boy! He's back! Wait, hold on. Hold on. Good to have you back, Holmes. What is going on?
Holmes! What about your wound? Weren't you supposed to be recovering for another 2 days?
Indeed, and I'm still rather enjoying the effects of the painkillers, but I'll gladly take that over missing the climax. A great detective can only forestall his entrance for so long, after all. God damn it. World War, you leave Holmes boy alone. Well said. I expect nothing less from my administrative advisor. I'm proud to have such a responsible subordinate. Now then, I'm sorry to ask this when you're still so tired, but would you mind explaining what's going on? Just when I thought we had defeated that accursed Sigurd, the sun went and fell out of the sky! And look at that! There's no way that isn't some kind of giant! Is there? Every bone of my body is screaming at me to get away from that thing as quickly as possible! Do you have any idea what's going on?
Good question. I don't know if it's the same species as the other giants, but it's definitely big enough to qualify. But unfortunately, our instruments aren't really doing us a lot of good here. It looks to be a monster that changes size depending on how it's being viewed. This isn't some physical calamity like Ivan the Terrible. It's a conceptual one capable of destroying the world.
So I was too late. This is certainly enough to make me rue my principle of never discussing something without first obtaining conclusive proof. Then you follow it by the translate. Well, I mean, narrative-wise, Sigma. The flame that flickers across this Lostbelt's northern mountains, it fell from Muspelheim, the Fire Realm. As for that enormous sun, I believe it is most likely Muspelheim itself given form by the gods. In other words, the body of Surtur, the giant of Ragnarok.
Oh, hey, Rebecca Kalia. Our first race shift trial. A landmark occasion. As Team A, we were supposed to investigate Singularity F. Instead, our team met its end, and the world was enveloped in a fire that incinerated humanity. Fire. 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 Nothing but fire as far as the eye could see. My mystic eye is one of prolongation. Its rank is jewel. It lets me see possibilities. You could say it's a form of precognition. Once I see something, I can pin it in place. But that only lets me temporarily halt possibilities I do not desire from coming to pass. Its true nature lies in seeing the myriad possibilities before me. So then, what's this? Now that we're trapped in our coffins, the possibility of us escaping the death that approaches us is...
As soon as something like that happens, some rude people with motorcycles come by. How dare.
distant. Far too distant. It may not truly be zero, but it might as well be. No matter how far I stretch, I can't reach it. I can't hope to pin down anything. If an enemy were here, I might be able to stop them from attacking or casting a spell, but this is beyond me. I was helpless to do anything about Lev Lainur's sabotages, or the flames incinerating humanity. Once the flames consumed me, that would be it. There was no escape for me or for anyone else. Maybe that's why my fate never bothered me the way that perhaps it should have. All I felt was disappointment for my inability to express what I felt honestly to the very end. Yes, I may never have reached for it myself, but just once, I would have liked to held Wodheim's hand. Congratulations on your rebirth. I always believed you could save the world. Greetings, Kishtario Wodheim. Will this work for conveying information to you? I must say, using words is such a bother. Had my vocal cords still been working, I'm sure I could have gasped to find my eye was seeing the world in the coffin next to mine. I saw brilliant light shining in pitch darkness, and Wodheim opposite it. I had never seen Wodheim so childlike before. Not in appearance, mind you, but in his strength, or rather the lack of it. He was horribly injured and fatigued to the point that even the effort of breathing seemed likely to kill him. It was as if he had seen the end of the world. No, like he had fought to prevent it. He was so bruised and battered that I could almost believe such a ridiculous delusion was actually true. As though he was the only one alive through sheer miraculous luck. We now share our circumstances. This humanity you come from will be incinerated and fade away. But that is of no consequence to us. It may be unexpected, but not so much as to change our plans. The assault has led to the closure of the Expanse. Soon, both you and your humanity will meet your end. Yet, unfortunately, God still has no body for this joyous feat. You will help me with that, won't you, Kirshtario Wodheim? You are a cryptor, which makes you perfect to spread my word. I didn't know what was going on. All I knew was I could sense our end approaching. He had been chosen as we had not. Wodheim would go on to survive, and we would remain trapped in darkness.
No. I'm afraid I alone won't be enough. I must strongly recommend that the other 6 join me to assist.
I could sense the light's confusion. Indeed, my own mind all but went blank in shock. A god, a human, even a tiny ant crawling along the ground could see how out of line he was. It was clear to anyone watching that his remarks, his suggestion would usually be out of the question. I don't understand. Once the world is wiped clean, you will be invincible. Why would you want competition when one of you would be more than sufficient?
I understand that, but invincibility and omnipotence are not the same. There is a non-zero chance that one of the other 6 may surpass me. As long as that possibility exists, however slight, I will not dismiss it. Give them the chance to choose for themselves. There is no point in me rebuilding human history on my own.
Wodheim wasn't proposing that his responsibilities be shared. He believed in our worth as individuals. It was a shining example of unwavering humanity. Restoring what was lost will take considerable effort. Bringing a single human back to life may only take mere moments, but it requires a level of suffering sufficient to stop the entire world in its tracks. Consider the hell you just endured as an example. What's more, their bodies have sunk into the void. They can no longer pay the price themselves. Can you pay it for them, Kishtario Wodheim? Can you withstand the agony that comes with fighting the entire world 6 more times?
Of course. If it is humanly possible, then I can do it.
Blinded me with light. Blinded by the light.
I saw it for myself, clear as day. Even as every breath ravaged from him, spasms of humiliation and despair rocking his face. I saw him unflinchingly declare himself to that light. I'll never forget that sight. The sight of the greatest strength humankind could possibly possess. The next thing I remember, my eyelids fluttered open, seeing how hard Wodan fought, seeing his determination. I found strength of my own. I may not be capable of following in his footsteps, but at the very least, I want to help him. I want to live up to the faith he showed in us, in insisting we be given our own chance to choose.
Hot damn, Ophelia. The light.
Circumstantial change confirmed. The price has now been paid. I have a proposal for you chosen ones, an offer for those of you who were cast aside. If you desire acclaim, then choose rebirth. If you desire indolence, then choose eternal sleep. It makes no difference to God. I nodded. The light grew brighter, blinding me. We were each given our tasks, to grow our assigned Lostbelts. I didn't so much as blink. With my mystic eye, I cast my gaze over the world I was given. I looked far and wide to the very edges, so that I could live up to his hopes and face my destiny as he did his. Even if doing so should take me down an evil path that had been pruned away from human history. I wish that I might find a glimmer of hope somewhere along the way.
And then...
My right eye saw something so very far away. In a Norse world unlike our own, bound to one day be cut off from humanity. Where fiery destruction raged as well.
You're looking at me, aren't you? Who are you? Not that pompous fool Odin. I reduced him to ashes. Nor the ferocious Fenrir. Him I ate. Are you one of the surviving gods? Yes. I suppose one of the gods did escape my flames. I see. Then you must be Skadi, the goddess of snow.
No, I'm not. I'm me. I am a woman who was meant to die in a world consumed by flame.
You don't say.
Who are you? Are you the sixth imaginary element? A demon?
No. I am flame. The flame destined to consume all the Norse lands. I am the last remnant of Ymir's wrath.
Norse. I see. Now I understand. Perhaps it's my old Nordic bloodline that's to blame. You must be Surtur.
You don't say.
The fiery king of giants. The Dark One. The giant of Ragnarok who once ended the world.
So you do know who I am, woman. Fascinating. So you are seeing my flame even as you die from the flames consuming your own world. That's right. I am the one who will bring an end to all things. I am the one who put an end to the gods and their prattling on about fate. I consumed the land, humans, everything. I will end the age of gods. I will end the whole entire world. I will see that there is no tomorrow.
Well, that's not how the legend goes. According to myth, your flames consumed the Norse Age of Gods, but it's followed by the Age of Humanity.
That is what was fated to be. But I don't care. What need have I of a future I cannot see with my own eyes? Everything should end with me. When this planet ends, I will have the final laugh as it all fades away. At least, that is what I swore to myself. But...
I see. You failed too.
yes, I failed. I've spent a considerable amount of time struggling to free myself from Odin's prison. But it seems fate is a more formidable foe than I thought. This is as far as I go. My flame will be pruned away along with these Norse lands, crushing my dream of consuming everything.
God, I wish I had a demonic voice filter with me right now. I need a soundboard.
What a pitiful sight this world and I must make.
So that's where your world ended.
Indeed.
Then you have that in common with us. Although I was supposed to save my world, not destroy it.
Indeed.
It was nice to meet you, fiery king of giants. But now, I guess this is goodbye.
Farewell, human woman, who cast her gaze from another world ending in fire. If, by some miraculous stroke of luck, you should ever happen to lay your eyes on me again, I will show you my flaming sword.
Your noble phantasm?
The end of this planet.
And here we are. Right? Oh, okay. More flashback with the cryptors. Jeez Louise. Searcher, I don't care. The giants are dying, Searcher. I don't care. Me, Searcher. World War is eating foe. Searcher.
I care. World War, stop eating the foe. Good. You're all here. I knew you wouldn't turn down a challenge. That's one way to put it. Another is that given our choices, there was only one sane answer. This is one hell of a tall order, but if the alternative was death, I'm not gonna say no.
I would not have minded dying, but I cannot ignore this prospect of those Lostbelts. I knew human history was fragile, but I didn't know it had branched out to that degree. I suppose you learn something new every day.
I don't care what it takes. This is a huge pain in the ass. But at least it gives us a chance to win. So fine, I'll do it. Basically, we just gotta save the world, right?
I couldn't say anything back then. I was completely at a loss for words. I couldn't laugh it off like Beryl, or brood on it like Kadok. Not when Wodheim's demeanor was so different from what I had expected.
Now, while I would like nothing more than to celebrate our reunion, our race is already underway. There is no call for fraternization beyond what is absolutely necessary. By now, you should have all connected to your Lostbelts from your coffins and formed contracts with your servants. I told you all the information I was given. There's nothing more to add. It won't be long now before the disciples of the foreign god arrive. Once they do, I'd like you all to go with them to your respective Lostbelts.
Nobody else knew the truth. None of them had any idea what sort of price he had paid to get the rest of us in Team A a chance. He could have boasted about it. He could have held it over our heads. Instead, he never brought it up. I don't understand. None of us would be here now if it wasn't for you, Kishtaria. Why didn't you say anything? If you'd have just told them what you did for us, they would do whatever you say.
I see. So you knew, Ophelia. It's simple. I didn't tell them because it's not important for what lies ahead. I want humans to do the best they possibly can. That goes for myself, and it goes for you as well. Gratitude is nice, but not if it leads to their putting less than their full efforts into this endeavor. So don't worry about it. I did that for my sake, not yours. It worked out, and I got what I wanted from it. Besides, if one of you ends up surpassing me, that will make my job easier, right? I risked nothing and stood to gain everything. None of you owes me anything for it.
Kirshtaria. That was the moment I knew, without a shadow of a doubt. Kirshtaria Wodheim was different. He always had been. He had been on a whole other level from the rest of us ever since he was born. His mindset, his character, his bearing, all fit for a king. There is simply no other explanation for how he could have accomplished something so incredible.
Ophelia, you'll be taking Scandinavia. Be very careful when you summon your servant after you get there. Destruction factors heavily into Norse mythology. In such a world, it is when matters appear to be going well that one needs to be on their guard. Be most on their guard. A good ending for the Norse could be in truth quite a bad ending for us. But then, I suppose I needn't warn you of that. You have your mystic eye after all. There's no way in hell Wodheim saw this coming. I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling severe bullshit. You can see into the future far better than I can. As such, you should be more than capable of growing Scandinavia's tree of emptiness to maturity.
That's right. The king I swear allegiance to, the god I worship, isn't the foreign god at all. This is the man I will serve. If it will help him realize his ideals, I'll gladly become a cryptor. I will. I promise, Lord Kishtaria.
Now we're here. I see. So this is a servant.
Your body is made of ether. You might not like how it feels, but try to get used to it. I'm glad you were the one who answered my summon, Dragon Slayer, wielder of Grom. I know it was a special summoning ritual, but it's still fortunate that I was able to get you without a catalyst. Maybe it's because of my mother's Nordic bloodline. That certainly seems a far more likely cause than my father's fondness for Richard Wagner.
Seems kind of random. Wagner?
Oh, right. Sorry. In my world's history, Sigurd and Siegfried are different people. So that makes my mother's bloodline seem even more likely. At any rate, it's nice to meet you, Saber. My name's Ophelia Farm-Solone. I have to say, I never have guessed you would exist in this Lostbelt. I would have thought...
You're not wrong. The heroic spirit this body belongs to isn't from this Lostbelt.
Huh? No, that can't be right. We cryptors are meant to form contracts with a heroic spirit that's tied to our land.
Ophelia. I see. So your name is Ophelia Farm-Salome. Ah, that's a lovely name. Farm-Salome. Puts me in mind of thrones, a type of angel. If you are to be an angel, then you should serve me as your god.
What are you saying, Sigurd?
Oh, come now, don't be so cold. You already know who I am. From my perspective, we just met the other day. Is that not true for you? I'll never forget that gaze of yours. The way you looked at me right before my world, my reality was pruned away. I remember looking you right in the eye, Ophelia.
Those eyes. You're...
I don't know, Hana.
You saw me, and I saw you. Rejoice, daughter of humanity. In that moment, our fates were intertwined. Did you really not notice, Ophelia Farm-Salome? My soul was linked to your unusual mystic eye. It's been hiding inside of you all this time. You did form a contract. I'm the servant you gained in your Lostbelt. Rejoice, Ophelia. Your servant is none other than Searcher, the fiery king of giants himself.
No, that can't be right. I'm a master. I know all about the heroic spirits I summon. You're Sigurd, the greatest hero of Scandinavia, heir to Grom, the demonic sword.
Do not force me to repeat myself. You are referring to the body I possess.
So from the start, I mean, weirder stuff has happened, Sigma.
Yes, you succeeded at summoning Sigurd. That much is true. But, thanks to your mystic eye, I snuck into the summoning spell and melded with his soul. Now I control his entire body.
An accidental summoning? No, this would be a multiple simultaneous summon leading to...
Now, don't make that face, Ophelia. Well, good happened true. Go on. Smile. Breathe a sigh of relief. I may just be a soul, but I'm still your servant. So I'll be your knight just like you're my woman. Now, what do you say we seal the deal?
Stay back! Don't come near me!
A command spell? By all means. In fact, that's one of the things I want the most. Go ahead, tie this body down, destroy it.
What?
That infernal Odin imprisoned my homeland, my foundation. Muspelheim has been left behind in this Lostbelt. I have to get it back. If this body is shattered, my soul will be freed. Then I will destroy Odin's prison, and that false son of his as well. Once that has happened, I will materialize in my true form as the fiery king of giants.
Also, damn, Hana.
Sun? You mean that enormous sun is actually...
Yes, my true body. Or rather, the prison Odin built to hold it.
Indeed.
Did the mages of proper human history not know? Muspelheim, realm of fire, home to all Muspel, is in fact my own body. It is the endless flame burning with an insatiable hunger for destruction.
I will need it to resume Ragnarok, which was so rudely interrupted. Odin's seal was quite solid, but thankfully, you saw to that when you released my soul. The rest is easy. I'll escape this shell, and my soul will destroy my body's prison from the outside. That prison may be difficult to escape from within, but it is all too vulnerable from the outside. I struck Odin a fatal blow after I devoured Fenrir. The Allfather clearly didn't have the strength left to secure my prison from both sides. I suppose I should expect no less from the soul of a great hero. Now that we are meshed together, it will be difficult to escape this body on my own. It's torturous having to constantly face Sigurd's soul, like standing in a hall of infinite mirrors. It would be far quicker if I could turn my blade on myself. But failing that, I would be grateful if you would end me, Ophelia.
If I kill you, the sun, Searcher will fall?
Indeed. Once I take back my body, I will resume Ragnarok, and this Lostbelt will be the first to burn. From there, I will lay waste to the rest of the planet. I can't wait to show you, Ophelia. Soon you'll get to see my flaming sword and the entire world.
Instead of screaming out in despair, I quickly used a command spell to forbid him from killing or harming himself. Searcher is the king of giants, the destruction of the end time. The destructor of the end time. I can't let him escape Sigurd's body.
Sephiroth! Indeed.
If he does, everything will burn. It'll be the incineration of humanity all over again. No, not quite. His fire would have to extend into the past to match the incineration of humanity. But his fire will burn up everything in the present, and leaving nothing for tomorrow. All of a sudden, it felt like something was twisting my heart. It hurts. I can feel my body groaning in pain. It's like I'm being hollowed out from the inside. Without warning, I find myself in a terribly precarious situation. Am I doing the right thing? Should I tell Queen Scotty? No, that would be much too risky. The King of Giants is the god's sworn enemy. I cannot imagine her merciful love extending to him. With every thought, I can feel my body groaning under the pressure. It hurts. Something is interfering with me, with my plans. What should I do? I can't make this call on my own. But what choice do I have? We cryptors can't interact directly. I have to resolve this situation myself. Besides, we're not allies. Not really. Once we manage to grow our tree of emptiness to maturity, we'll just end up competing for each other's territory. In the end, there will only be one territory left. I can't afford to show any weakness. That's why... That concludes my report.
I see. You did well to bring this to my attention, Ophelia.
Not at all, Lord Kishtaria. Once I determined the danger this situation posed, I thought you should decide how to handle it. I'm a mage. I don't have the same kind of feelings that normal people do.
Indeed, a guilty heart.
I don't experience love or romance. All I feel is undying loyalty towards those with vastly superior intellects. Kirshtaria Wodheim shines brighter than anyone. He isn't afraid of anything. He'll know what to do. I'm sure of it. As long as he shows me the path I need to take, I'm sure I can summon up the courage to follow it.
Ophelia Farmsalone.
Yes, Lord Kishtaria?
You were right to use a command spell. And this summon you have achieved is fascinating.
king of giants in Norse mythology, is akin to a god of destruction. By summoning him, you have, in essence, summoned an ancient god. You should be proud that you were born in a family devoted to the study of evocation and the summoning arts. Ophelia,
Yes, Lord Kishtaria?
you have gained an exceptional resource to help bring about the reconstruction of humanity. You say Searcher told you he was going to burn the entire planet. Fascinating. I wonder if that would still work on a world that has already been wiped clean. At any rate, the data would seem to indicate that you have him fully under control. As long as you can continue to rein him in without incident, he should be a tremendous asset. Though, of course, that does pose considerable risk.
Understood. Then I shall do my best to live up to your expectations, Lord Kishtaria. From here on, I will address my half-searcher, half-Sigurd servant as Saber, and turn his power to our cause. I vow that I will grow my Lostbelt to maturity with his help.
She wanted a way out, man. This is so messed up. Also, this has been the longest reading section we've done.
I know I can live up to Lord Kishtaria's hopes. I know I can fight. Building a relationship with a heroic spirit that has a mind of his own. Controlling one's servants. These are key problems every master has to face. I can manage it. This is what I've trained for. I won't fail. I will grow my tree of emptiness to maturity. I'll ensure this Lostbelt continues to flourish alongside the Queen and the most powerful knight ever to live. The tree continues to grow well. It has been all this time. Everything is going well here. At least, it was.
Oh, the first meeting? Enchanté, Crypta. I'm a servant from proper human history. The only hero of humanity in all of Scandinavia. Hey now. What's the matter? What? What are you so afraid of, mademoiselle? Dang.
Okay, we may be in trouble. Okay, we'll go with Chloe. Alright. Sigma has redeemed Hydrate. I must hydrate. Nice. Oh, sorry, Randy. Crap, I forgot to check that. I'll make sure. Just remind me after. Just remind me after this battle, and we'll make sure.
The false sun is falling. The fiery king of giants returns. In the book of Genesis, it's written that the Creator rested on the seventh day. In this Lostbelt, fire is what comes on the seventh day. Not a day of rest, but the day of Ragnarok. After Wednesday, Odin's Day. After Thursday, Thor's Day. After Friday, Freya's Day. Then after Saturday, Saturn's Day. The day of the sun finally arrives. The false sun, the ball of fire glowing in the sky, is falling to the ground instead of remaining aloft. It shakes and cracks the ground, shattering mountains as it shifts and writhes to stand on its feet. In proper human history, this event manifested in the eruption of Mount Katla, but not here. Our myth is this world's reality. Muspelheim, realm of fire, land of flame. The blazing inferno standing in for the true sun in this Lostbelt sky. Now the Muspel's leader, Muspelheim itself, descends upon us.
One of the great kings. The one who will cast Twilight's pall far and wide, arrives as a sun gone mad. The only king of giants in all the world, Searcher, and his great flaming sword.
Valkyrie's still alive.
Did you say Searcher? Man, you weren't kidding. Ha! Figures he'd be a big bugger. I know the Age of Gods never ended here, but come on!
The fiery king of giants! The Border's instruments can't even properly measure his magical energy. We can't even tell how far he is from us either. It's not clear whether he's way out there or... It's no use, I can't get a clear visual on him. Could be some sort of heat mirage or something. Either way, it is impossibly hot. Make sure you stay behind me, Master.
I'll get my Mystic Code ready. I strongly advise you keep your distance, Mr. Ryuzaki. Your Mystic Code... I strongly advise you to keep your distance, Mr. Ryuzaki. Your Mystic Code may have been outfitted to accommodate Russia's extreme cold, but it is not nearly so effective against extreme heat. Make sure to remain where Miss Kyrie Light can protect you.
Holmes! You're healed! Oh, thank goodness.
Absolutely. I've had plenty of rest. It was nice to fall asleep without having anything on my mind for once. But I also can't deny that it was dreadfully dull. You will have to inform me about your recent escapades when we have the time.
Is this really the time to just be idly catching up with each other? The temperature outside the border is skyrocketing even as we speak. It's enough of a shock learning that giants and the like exist here, but now we find out they have a king? There's no telling how many reports I'll have to write now, assuming anyone even believes them. Granted, it's not as though we're making any of this up, but once this Lostbelt disappears, any credibility those reports will have is going to disappear along with it.
Ah, hello, Mr. Gordolf. I see you are finally beginning to understand some of the problems Chaldea has been facing this entire time.
Oh, Holmes, I have missed you and your sass. Perhaps now you may understand why, at first blush, our reports on the singularities may have seemed so preposterous.
Never mind that now, we're in danger here! Get us the hell out right away! It's difficult to tell with all this fire, but I don't think that giant is as far away as he looks.
You're right about that, Monsieur Director. I've got a feeling he's way closer than you think. Hey, King of Giants! Such alright? You're not just gonna go away on your own, are you? Am I right to assume you're our enemy?
Why are you talking to him, Napoleon?
Of course.
I can hear him. No, wait. He's communicating telepathically via Magecraft.
Here he comes. You two, keep Brynhild safe.
Mosh, maximum output. Focus everything on defense.
Yes, Master. Order maximum output. Switching over to defensive mode. I can't believe you're so collected even after seeing that. Impressed, Mosh. You really are amazing.
Ophelia, we have faced the queen of Mesopotamian gods. This is really nothing to us now. Although it's really damn awesome.
It's dangerous out here, Ophelia Farm Salone. Please hurry inside the castle while the King of Giants' attention is focused on them. No, Ortlinde, you go on ahead. This is my mess. I need to be the one who cleans it up. Ophelia!
Okay, on a scale from 1 to 10, exactly how screwed are we?
The time of twilight has come.
8 out of 10. Hana gives it about a 9. Aye. Oh, great. 3 break bars. Okay. Well, let's just grit. Well, as Goku from Dragon Ball Z Abridged once said, plant your feet, grit those teeth, and eat that horse! Why, hello there, big boy. All right, I got two MPs online. What the? Okay, note to self, he hits hard. Heck did he inflict on me? Spreading fuck. Increase burn effectiveness, debuff resist down. Okay, alright, I see. Why are we eating Hana, of all the questions you could have asked, that's the question you're asking? Oh, I actually forgot about that fact. Okay. All right, Hana gets a point on that. Okay, I retract my previous statement. I apologize. I forgot about that part of the myth, okay? I'm sorry. Forgive me, I forgot that part of the mythos. Go, little sucker! And yes, that is her official nickname ever since her damn interlude. I don't care. Just know you're level. Thank you, Hana. And no World War, I'm not going to go in the corner, and I'm not going to apologize for calling her that, because honestly, blame the interlude. Oh, Jesus. Merlin's dying, folks! We need to give our boys a break. Thank you for the attack, foe. Oh! Thank you, I keep forgetting how loud that notification does. Thank you, Gizmotex, for the raid of 14 viewers. How you guys all doing? Glad you could stop by. Sit down, take a breather. We have been raided, indeed. Just gonna give him the shout out. Okay, Gizmo Dez. I need that raid noise. I can send it to you later, Hana. It's basically the Pillarmen theme from JoJo. Got all that. So yeah, hello Raider. Lou the Raiders, bruh. Anyway, hello Raiders, welcome. I am Ryuzaki MK7. I am a streamer of Fate Grand Order, but I stream other games such as, well, going through the Persona series right now. I do a lot of RPG-based stuff. But in doing all of the RPGs, I also do on the time acting because I'm actually also an actor as well. So provides a little bit of fun. Okay, close back up.
とっておきいいとっておき見せてあげるわこっちよ
Right, I lost. Favorite villain in JoJo besides Kira? Oh my god, yes. Bless Kira. Kira Yoshikage. Shihatatak. No, don't go into the woods for a gunfight. Don't do that. Don't you dare. There will be no gunfights in my chat room. Oh, there goes Merlin. Okay, we get it, you vape! Stop hitting us with damn eye lasers!
こうしてほしいんでしょう
First things first. Hey, that actually worked! Yes.
さようですか
Killer Queen. シューハートアタックの能力だ。World War, you're the victim. Nani? Wait, why the heck did I use the NP when he only had... Oh, wait. That's right. Because, I don't have the means to protect. That's right. Never mind. Oh, well.
行くわよ
Alright, that's one break bar. Oh god, why is he laughing? Oh, that's the battle. Huh. Yes! More St. Quartz from Merlin. Thank you, Bond Up. Alright.
I'm not done yet. Ah! I fended off the first wave of Searcher's onslaught, but I'm afraid this heat and pressure are so intense that the Ortonox is designed to be fire resistant. It should be able to hold up in the face of extreme heat from the natural world. But it was never designed to withstand being submerged in lava. You're lucky to still be standing. If not for all this snow and ice infused with magical energy, you'd be a goner. After all, he's...
Indeed. He may not be quite as hot as a star, but he is quite close. And there's something else disturbing about him. Be wary of his noble phantasm. Searcher's flaming sword is a divine construct born from a planet. It prioritizes life forms over all else. Not even a deity from the age of gods could survive it. Oh, God. Oh la la, you should be proud, you two. We're still standing tall after facing off with the beings that kill us entire worlds. Hey, Searcher! I figured a god killer would be way more impressive, but so far you've been a big letdown. Napoleon, what are you doing? Bropolian, I need you to stop antagonizing him. You're nothing compared to the despair my grand army and I felt in winter. What the hell? Winter, you say? All that I have for you is fire.
Here comes the second wave!
Keep that shield up!
Yes! Master, I won't lose even if we are up against a divine construct. Position secured with a bunker bolt, assuming full defensive.
Out of my way. Out of my way.
Blinding light A blinding light fills my vision. Light. No, it's not just light. It's heat, flickering heat that reduces everything it touches to ash. If this were truly a divine construct, there is nothing to be done against it. At least that's what I think. Senpai!
Dad, I love you, but you failed to invade. How are you so cocky after being defeated? It's because machismo, Hana. Machismo. Nothing is more fragile than the male ego, y'all.
Senpai! And yet, I saw her. I saw a warrior standing up to a sword forged by gods with a man-made shield. I saw her push beyond her limits to wield that heavy shield even as her arms and legs shook with the effort. And I knew that it was time for me to make my stand.
Sorry, I'm a history. No, it's okay, Hana. No worries.
My spirit core may be damaged, but as long as I can move, I have a chance to atone for my sins.
Oh, is it Sigurd? You too.
It seems this body of mine has caused you a great deal of trouble. So I have no choice but to use it to make amends. My ultimate technique is ready. Demonic Sword of the Sun. Now is the time for you to wreak destruction! Bolverker Grom!
Sorry if I blow up the mic, guys. I apologize. Hot diggity damn! Whew. World War has survived the woods. Dang. Okay, now as I promised I had to check, Randy asked me to, check his, support at the moment, so, let me do that really quick. Yeah, of course, I know, you did the update thing. Randy Tajik, Hana, Commander Loli, Natsus, Garabes, Jake Star, Echo, Randy, there we go. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, Randy got a Sigurd. And a Brynhild. Ooh la la, Randy. Good on you, my dude. I want you to look at it. I saw Sigurd and I saw Brynhild. Very nice. Actually, Look who covers my support, Saber. Okay, hold on. Oh, no, Abby. Stop, Abby, stop. Okay. Oh, God. Damn. And you got app and all that. Not bad. Not bad. Funny, I had Brynhild for 3 years. Well, according to Hana, she is the rarest Lancer to drop. Stop it, World War. All right. You know what? You know what? Let's do another 30 roll. I'm feeling lucky. I'm feeling lucky. I'll still have some left. I'll still have some left for Scotty, but let's see. We failed in the 30 roll earlier on, but I got a good feeling that we might get something out of this one. Just take a little break, just to let my voice relax a little bit from all that acting, cause damn, man. World War, stop it. Damn it. I hate that art... I always confuse that for, the other one. World War does hydrate? Okay. Lovely. Water. Hey, Spyro, how you doing? Paracelsus. Damn it. Oh, wait, Lancer! Yo! Woo! We got her, boys! And girls! Wait, hold on! What?! What?! Someone clip this! Someone clip this now! What is this roll? I'm sorry, I blew out the mic. How did I get 2 Brynhilds in a row? How is that possible? And I got Black Rail as well, but I already have it max limit broke. What even was that? Is this the magical Yusei luck? Goes gold? Nah. Oh wait, oh, hold on. Here it is. Holy shit! That's incredible! Wow! Hold on. Gotta take a screenshot of this. Gotta take a screenshot of that. Oh my god! That's incredible! That might... Sorry for you headphone users, but wow! I guess you looked at my cigarette for a catalyst? I guess so, Randy! I guess so! Oh my god! That might have been one of the greatest rolls that I've ever had on stream. That might be better than the Anastasia spook that I got a few months back. Oh my god! Holy crap. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on one quick... Okay, sorry about that. I forgot to input audio input. Hold on. I just have to share this. I have to share this on the Discord page. Oh my god. That just happened. What the hell? Oh my god. The most legendary roll that Ryu has ever done on stream, I think, so far. NP2 Brynhild. Sorry, I'm just sharing it to the Breakers HQ Discord as well as my own personal Discord. Oh my god. I don't want to risk my luck, Juan. I do not want to risk my luck again. Oh my god. All right. Bringing her back. Look at that, guys. Again, I apologize for headphone users and everything like that. I was a little bit loud. I gotta be honest, I was real upset when I saw the Primeval Curse because I thought... For a minute there, I thought it was going to be a case scope, and I'm like, okay, this might prove that. And then I was like, oh. Oh, yeah, hold on. 1 second. All right, there it is. There. For those of you that want to join the Discord. But, wow. Funny thing is, she is my first 5-star NP2 Lancer now. Oh my god. I can't believe that just happened. I'm shaking, guys. I'm like physically shaking. Pretty sure my Ryu luck ran out. We'll wait. We'll wait, okay? Well, we'll see. We'll see. I am like... Oh. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Noble Phantasm. I gotta do this right quick. Here we go. Oh, you can multi-do them now. Interesting. That's so awesome. If I was there, I would hug you. Hana, you're hugging me in spirit. It's okay. That's insane. That is absolutely I'm gonna have to share that clip into the clip highlights in the Discord later. That's insane, dude. I can't believe that happened. All right. Whew. Okay. All right. I'm gonna have to do some grinding later in order to level her up. Jesus Christ. Also, give me them fragments. Okay, guys. I'm gonna take a minute to go refill my water, cause my water bottle has run out. I will be back in just a minute. If you need to use the bathroom or get a snack or anything like that, now would be the time to do so. We all got accepted into Valhalla. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Brynhild is our guide now. All right, so I'm gonna go refill my water really quick. I will be back in just a moment. See you guys in just a bit. All right. Oh. Oh. Gotta replug in headphones because I accidentally disconnected them. All right. Okay. I'm back. All right, I'm back. All right. I'm okay. I got my composure. I got my composure back. I'm all right. I'm a professional. We're good. We're okay. We are all okay. All right, let's continue on with the story. Bringing Twilight here once again. Was it middle? Okay. More story. Let's go. Section 14. I took a couple of deep breaths, so we're good. Fire walked the earth. Here in this Lostbelt, a place nearly devoid of life, a giant strode about the land like a conquering king. Ooh, excuse me. Onward he walked,
never straying from his path towards the Lostbelt's fiery northern mountains. He is the king of giants, the king of fire. The giants that gather at his feet are crushed beneath his heels. The ice beasts drawn to his light are melted in an instant.
No, we are not taking Holmes off life support. And if you want to, and if you honestly want to take a dip into his cocaine powder stash, do so at your own risk. I will not be responsible. He is a lofty king.
Though he may carry me on his shoulder, I am well aware there is no one who can truly be close to him. There is nothing else that can view the world from his great height. So that may not be quite true any longer. My mystic eye can see it. An enormous tree beyond the fiery mountain.
I didn't even know this was Ophelia at the moment.
An enormous tree beyond the fiery mountain stretching toward the heavens. A figure just as imposing as the king of giants. The tree of emptiness. Uh-oh. I can't reach Lord Kirshtaria. Searcher's magical energy must be jamming our signal. What would he think of this situation? I see no cause for concern. I have high hopes for you, Ophelia. Yes, that's what he'd say.
Her again.
You again? I'm surprised to see you outside the castle. Do I look a complete fool to you now? Yes, I'm sure I do. I'd probably laugh too if I saw myself now. Huh? I'm sorry. I can't tell what you're saying. I have some facility with lip reading, but it is not helpful when you speak a language I don't know. I guess you really are from a foreign planet. Dumbass. Can hardly freaking believe she's a crifter too. Not one damn bit like the other one. This one's just a stupid little girl who can't bear to let go of her ladyhood. She might as well be carrying a cracked jar of oil into a bonfire. It's as stupid as a maiden walking around the shore barefoot. Between her and the queen, there isn't a single woman here who can tell a good man when she sees one.
Damn.
Screw this. I can see where this is going, so I'm just gonna go back to the temple. And you, foxwoman? Good question. This silvery world is pretty enough that it could have made for a nice ski resort. But with that giant here, any chance at NNF services making a profit just went up in smoke. I think I'll be on my way shortly, too. I want to see how Ophelia's story ends before I leave. So being able to flit about as you like makes it easy for you to park your fat ass wherever you go, huh? I should have known.
Damn. Hot. Damn. Canis is throwing shade.
Oh, would you please spare me the slanderous crudities? I'll have you know my ass isn't the slightest bit fat. It's petite, thank you very much.
What? Why are we having this conversation?
Gotta say, though, I'm disappointed in Queenie here. Can't believe she's just sitting back and letting Searcher get resurrected like this. Then again, she did marry Njord. Njoror, the god of the sea. In proper human history, must not be as smart as she pretends. I'm afraid you have it backwards, Canis. Look at it this way. Searcher was just that much of a blind spot for her. He represented something so anti-ethical. He represented something so antithetical to her worldview that she couldn't conceive of his existence. This Lostbelt was finished the moment she lost the ability to consider that much. Why do you think it was pruned away? It's like an insect that couldn't even tell it was being exterminated.
That said, I doubt Her Majesty would have done anything about Searcher even if she had learned of his relationship to Sigurd. Oh? That means she's just the sort to sit back and let nature take its course? Or does she just pity that cryptor? Indeed. I imagine if the Queen feels compelled to keep her in check so as to be responsible with her overwhelming power, I suppose it's an admirable enough quality for a human. But sadly, she doesn't seem to have realized that way of thinking limited what her Scandinavia could do as well. Anyway, none of that is my business, and I'm far more than happy to keep it that way. And that's about enough chit-chat. I've got all the goodies I came for, so I think I'll be on my merry way. The next time we meet will be on the sea, won't it, Canis? When we do, I expect to see some rare and valuable merch that can't be found anywhere on land.
Poof.
Ha! As if I'd give your fat ass the time of day. Besides, the fact you think you're irreplaceable just means you'll be on your way out sooner than you realize. I wouldn't assume every Lostbelt is on your side if I were you, pet.
Damn. Canis again throwing that shade. Is it because that she's partial part fox?
We're still alive?
Next Lostbelt is China? Ooh, that'll be fun.
Senpai!
He deflected the fire with his demonic sword. It seems the King of Giants has disappeared towards the northern mountains. First and foremost, I'm glad to see you're all safe. I think you may already know who I am, but let me introduce myself properly. I am a warrior and wielder of the demonic sword Gram. I am the son of Sigmund and Hjordis, and I have manifested in this Lostbelt as a saber. My true name is Sigurd. I'm glad I was able to protect you. I only wish I had been able to resist Searcher's control of my body more than once.
Sigurd? Resist? So back then, was that you?
I guess this is what they call a hero's pride. Sigurd Kaiba's voice, yeah, and I know. I'm trying to find the middle ground to differentiate. I have to try to find the middle ground to differentiate it from that before.
I thought you died when Searcher was freed.
He did. Sigurd's body would surely have fallen apart had someone not been there to hold it together. Am I correct in that assumption, Ortolinde, just last remaining commander of the Valkyries?
Yes. I used a rune to help him. It was all so sudden that I did not expect it to work. But fortunately, the damage was not as extensive as I believed. It almost seemed to me as if the wounds on his body had been somehow rewound. Wound? Did Ophelia do that?
You saw the picture you posted. Hey, what's going on, Chirno? Chirno, you should see the clip. Here's the thing. They came one after the other.
I took advantage of that opportunity to keep his spirit core intact, though only just. Unfortunately, I have already exceeded my own output limits. I'm afraid I will only last a few seconds more at best.
I was able to wield my sword. Alright, there we go. Got it. I was able to wield my sword one last time thanks to you. For that, you have my deepest gratitude.
No need to thank me. I didn't help you for your sake. If you truly are a hero, then please help my sister. That's all I want.
You have my word. And once again, you have my gratitude. Here, have a copy of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. In Odin's name, by the rune's guidance, I ask that you awaken, my love.
Brynhild, my love and my eternal executioner, please, open your eyes.
Yeah, I know, and we have it on stream, Cherno. I never get that kind of luck. That is you say protagonist luck.
I promise. I will hold your spirit origin together. Your spirit core may be damaged like mine, but I hope you will open your eyes nonetheless, even just a little.
You mustn't. Please. Don't come near me. I'm the one destined to kill you. I can try to resist the madness, but I fear my body may move to kill you on its own. So please, stay away.
Stockholm Syndrome cigarette? Dang, dude. You say must be rubbing off on me? Hey. I have obtained the drip through osmosis.
Hush. Just for now.
Huh? I knew it. It really was someone else earlier, wasn't it, Sigurd?
Yes.
It's really you. You are the man, the hero I fell in love with.
If only that were true. Then and now I've shown myself to be too much of a fool to be your hero.
No, you haven't. You protected me. If it hadn't been for you, Surtur's fiery sword would have killed me.
This is so touching. What the fuck? I have taken the Jockin title. Oh god. Why must we bring that story up again?
You protected the Shield Maiden, the Emperor, and the boy fighting to save humanity. You kept this world's hope alive.
Of course. I could never have done it with what little strength I had alone, though. Her help was crucial. She is also why your spear is yet to pierce me, despite our coming face to face. It's all thanks to her godly power.
Is he talking about...
A Yandere and her Stockholm victim, what a true love story, indeed. Best fake couple thing.
Indeed, if Surtur had brought his flaming sword down in earnest, my castle and all of Scandinavia would have been razed to the ground.
Oh, Scotty!
And of course, I absolutely refuse to abide men and women killing one another. I see you have all suffered at least some manner of injury. It has been a very, very long time since I last saw brave warriors putting themselves to the hazard in combat. This may have been inevitable with Odin's protection weakened, but my negligence is also to blame for things reaching this dire stage. Chaldeans, Sigurd, Brynhild, and you, the archer whose name escapes me. You fought well, my children. I commend your bravery and your valor. I will not let you die just yet. You may all enter my castle. Come with me.
Ophelia. Yeah, I know. It's about time I stepped up.
Tell you that you're cursed? Damn, dude. Oh, Jesus. Who are we fighting? I mean, I have to take... I need to try Sigurd. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know who to pick. All right. Okay, since we're going into the unknown, we'll put in Holmes's ruler. We'll switch you out with we'll put Penth right there. that pen. Actually, no, wait. It's gonna be a saber fight? Okay. At your command. Moving along.
With their masks gone, the giants began an all-out assault to destroy what little life remained.
I knew it! The giants are heading towards the village! There are always a few stragglers wandering around the snowfields and mountains, but there's never been so many gathered around the village like this before.
What's going on? Is this the goddess's will?
So loud! Close! Are we going to be okay? They're not gonna break the walls, are they?
The envoys will protect us. The goddess will make her glory known.
There's nothing to worry about, everyone. Let's just all pray together. Lady Lush, Mr. Ryuzaki, Mr. Napoleon, Foe, wherever you are, I hope the giants haven't squished you.
Meanwhile, at the former Legion of Doom.
I have sent all the envoys to the villages. Unfortunately, with their masks gone, not only do the giants no longer hear my voice, they now resonate with Searcher. If their power approaches its height during the Age of Gods, the village's protections can only last so long. I will do my best to ensure they remain intact for at least half a day, but anything more than that will be quite difficult. Setting that aside, I never expected to see Searcher again.
My apologies for interrupting, Your Majesty. I am Sherlock Holmes of Chaldea. Let me begin by offering you my most sincere thanks for treating our injured personnel. For that matter, it is safe to say they would not even have survived Searcher's attack had it not been for your help. Right. We should all thank her for saving us. Thanks, Queenie. I'm glad we're fighting the same enemy now. Oh my god. Napoleon, you really need to start learning how to be quiet. Please, mask off, dang.
You have my thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Skag. You even restored the Ortonox and its components.
I can't believe you're being so nice to us.
Pay it no mind. It is about time you all understood. I am your mother. All in Scandinavia are my children.
Best mom. Best mom, bro!
I have decided to love you with all that entails. As my children, all you need do is accept my grace. Even if I am only one of the old gods, as that irritating Wodyne would say.
We are most grateful for your mercy. Now, would you mind if I asked you a few questions? I would like to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible in order to better determine our next course of action.
Very well. Ask what you will.
Thank you, Your Majesty. To begin, I presume that the fire on the northern mountains comes from Searcher.
That is correct.
Are they embers?
Embers? I believe he means the embers of Ragnarok.
Now I get it.
That would depend on your perspective.
I see.
Hold up! Excuse me. I'm sorry to interrupt, but may we ask you something, Holmes?
Yes, Miss Kyrillite? Mr. Ryuzaki?
Holmes, did you know about Searcher all along?
I was at best 20% certain. Giving voice to my suspicions at that point would only cause confusion, which is why I refrained from doing so.
But I was certain that the man who attacked the Shadow Border was not truly Sigurd, even if I was unable to convey that information at the time. That said, I am at fault with regard to the fire in the mountains. My apologies. I should have found a way to tell you about their true nature sooner. Or at least manage to warn you of Searcher's involvement here.
I wouldn't beat yourself up for it too badly. Under the circumstances, you were lucky to survive the fake Sigurd's attack. Having said that, there is one thing about you that I'm not exactly pleased about. You always either say too much or not enough.
Yes, that is certainly true. Nonetheless, Technical Advisor, much as I agree that one should strive for accuracy in the information conveyed, even in battle, we can't expect it will always be possible to do so.
Well, if you're going to take Holmes' side, I guess there's nothing more to discuss. That is how you do things, right, Gordy? You don't expect people to deliver more than they're capable of, do you?
Wow. Is Da Vinci salty?
I am deeply ashamed. I can tell you how sorry I am for the trouble my ineptitude has caused.
Why are you so hard on yourself, sage of proper human history? The fire in those mountains is a testament to my weakness. Even with the power Odin bestowed upon me, I have been unable to rid my land of twilight.
Is that?
It is something of a long story. Please, lend me your ears.
In the past.
It was 3,000 years ago, the twilight of the gods. Ragnarok, the battle destined to bring about an end to the age of gods, was upon us. It should have begun and ended here just as it did in proper human history.
Ever since she became Lowly Vinci, Da Vinci has become very salty.
But here, Searcher rampaged unchecked, and everything went awry. Searcher, the Dark One. He inherited Ymir's destructive side above all else. The first giant whose name was all but erased from proper human history. As the fiery king of giants, he was the strongest in all of Muspelheim, which also made him its ruler. He was meant to trigger Ragnarok, ending the Norse Age of Gods and paving the way for the future. But, in this Lostbelt, he did not care for his destined fate. Refusing to be content with ending the Norse Age of Gods, he decided he wanted to bring about a true end, a cataclysm to end the world entirely. From there, things continued to spiral. Next came Vanagognir Fenrir, perhaps better known as Icy Fenrir, the fearsome wolf of ruin whose breath could freeze anything in its path.
Fenrir servant when?
Though I am told it is not mentioned in either Eddas or the Volsungna saga in proper human history. He was a great monster whose bones, muscles, and heart turned to ice after it had eaten half of Niflheim.
Alright, Juan, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
It was Fenrir who was originally supposed to kill Odin. But when Fenrir let down his guard to swallow the sun, Searcher set upon him. He killed Fenrir, tore him to pieces, and consumed him. Having gained the wolf's power, Searcher went on to kill Loki, the other gods, and even the other of the giants' kings. He then attempted to connect his true body, Muspelheim itself, to the sky through the hole left by the sun's vacancy. By doing so, he hoped to bring twilight not only to the gods,
but to the entire world. He destroyed each of the Norse world's 9 realms and attempted to burn down the very planet. The flames were devastating. Odin and the remaining gods banded together to try and prevent this unthinkable ending, but they could not win against Searcher. However, they were able to fight him to a stalemate. Though the gods were completely destroyed, Odin was able to seal Muspelheim away with one final rune, leaving it hanging in the sky as a false sun. As for myself, Odin combined me with Skahak, a woman with whom I shared a fateful bond, in order to draw Searcher's eye away from the gods he meant to kill. Now I am all that remains of the gods. Me, and the primordial runes that Odin entrusted to my care. It was horrific. Searcher's rampage left much of the land ablaze. The blood that poured onto the ground from the many wounds the gods inflicted upon him erupted into flames and remained ablaze.
I don't like the fact that we have the music from Salem here now.
Those flames consumed countless lives. It fell to me to protect what few remained. Once Ragnarok had truly concluded, there would be little point in ushering the age of humanity without any humans. I turned the vast majority of my power towards extinguishing the flames that threatened to consume this world and all life on it. And so I blanketed this land in snow and ice, laden with magical energy, thus creating safe havens that the surviving giants could not touch, in order to give humans an opportunity to live their lives. I'd put masks on the giants infused with my magical energy, placing them under the authority I gained from my father, the giant Pazi. I then produced several hundred envoys, using the 3 surviving Valkyries as a base. With his true body sealed within the false sun, Searcher became as ineffectual as a divine spirit. Though he continued to exist in this world, he no longer had any power over it. Peace returned to Scandinavia, and so began a new age that was never meant to be. An age where the last god, a handful of people, a scattering of giants, and a few Valkyries all eked out a quiet coexistence. From there, an impossible 3,000 years came to pass. A great tree extended its roots down from space, and Ophelia appeared before me, calling herself a cryptor. I presume you are aware of what transpired after that. She told me she must grow that tree in order for this world to survive. She was quite helpful to me, which I did appreciate. But that is beside the point. I never suspected the knight that accompanied her was harboring the soul of my sworn enemy.
Oh, she is angry.
I don't think she meant for this to happen. I believe this was likely a summoning accident of some kind. No doubt she used a summoning system identical to Chaldea's to materialize Sigurd's heroic spirit, and a foreign entity happened to make its way into the mix.
By foreign entity, I take it you mean Searcher. Wait, I've got it. It's her mystic eye!
Indeed. I imagine Searcher must have used it as a catalyst. That eye is meant for seeing possibilities after all. She must have caught sight of a lost history, a pruned phenomenon that would have been impossible in proper human history at some point.
So you say she saw Searcher's soul of all things? Ophelia Farms alone. If you had to see something, why could it not have been me? Dreadfully unfortunate. But regardless, the fact remains that Searcher, my sworn enemy, has returned to my land.
And now he will stop at nothing to finish what he began. To merge with Muspelheim and bring about the end of all things. If nothing is done to stop him, he will burn Scandinavia to the ground. His flames will devour all life. All manner of heat will coalesce into one great fire and reduce everything to smoke and ash. If that happens, there's no telling what effect it might have outside of this Lostbelt. You do need to go through void space to escape a Lostbelt, so I don't think the fire would leak beyond it. But I can't entirely be certain. It's worth noting that he does still have our compass too. The paper moon, I mean.
Your Majesty, might I propose an alliance? While the enemy of my enemy might not necessarily be my friend, I do believe our chances of defeating Searcher would improve considerably by working together. What do you say, Skahak Skadi, my fair Ondurdis?
You would issue commands to a god, heroic spirit?
Respectfully, of course.
You are a heroic spirit, are you not? What a joke. A human ghost, a mere shadow telling me what to do. Ordinarily, I would pay no mind to what a being such as you had to say. But in your particular case, I sense wisdom in those beautiful eyes. You remind me of Balder, god of light.
Oh god, don't get Holmes's ego started.
What?
What? Seriously?
My queen, what are you saying? Pay it no heed. I was merely joking. This heroic spirit's eyes may be wise, but they are also somewhat clouded. Even gentle Balder would surely object to such a comparison. Nonetheless, I have made my decision, heroic spirit. I shall love you as...
Where did that come from? I didn't touch anything, technical advisor. It's not always about you, director. Everything's working fine. It's just the emergency alert. I take it you feel that too, I take it you feel that too, Monsieur Demonic Sealed Wielder? Indeed. Something approaches from the sky. Brynhild!
Right. I see it. There's a massive magical energy flying towards us from the northern mountains. Wait, all our instruments are working now? I simply adjusted my snow and ice to accommodate them. The nerve interrupting a god. Dare to sully my castle any further, and even my patience will...
Oh shit.
Another one of those? Hostile detected! It's the same species we've encountered on... It's the same species we encountered on Mock Galthopiggen, Master.
That is a very hard name to pronounce. Jesus. It also kind of makes me realize that Holmes actually has a connection to Scandinavia in the original novels. For those of you that have read the original Sherlock Holmes novels, you will know the particular story that I am talking about. Ooh! That's awesome, Cherno! Garden of Avalon!
I should have done Sigurd first. Oh well.
I did not choose the right ones for this, but oh well. We shall make do with what we have. Oh, yokai. Ore no tamashii no da. Blue Eyes! White Dragon!
よーしそこ狙うからね到達にひらめいた
君の道行きを信じようさあ行きなさい
任せて待ってます五輪の神髄お見せしましょう
Here we go.
なんの
Nanmu. Tenman Daijizai Tenchi.
Neo Kurikara Sho Tensho
Ikuzo. Sengo Maso.
Ishana Dai Tensho. I love that Noble Phantasm way too much.
引き返せるか
Let's go full force. All right. All right, chat room, how we feeling, guys? We still holding up good? Actually, okay, this is actually going to be interesting. You guys might actually be surprised by this, but, lately, I've been rewatching, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series in Japanese, on Crunchyroll, and, I was rewatching the Battle City arc the other day. The character Pandora that Yugi duels, who, it was the Dark Magician duel, the, Dio Brando's, Seiyu in Japanese was actually, the Dark Magician user that Yugi dueled in Battle City. I was rewatching that the other day, and I'm like, oh my god! Wait, I'm like, this sounds like the guy who voices Dio Brando. Oh my god, it is.
星の宇宙モノトーン楽園の星から君に聞かせよう君たちの
I think it was like one of his earliest roles, if I'm not mistaken, too, which I'm like, what?
ガーデン・オブ・アバロンそうです
It's been a long time since I rewatched the original Japanese version of GX. Who did he voice in GX?
お任せ夢のように立たせ
Just out of curiosity.
お任せ夢のように立たせ能力使用竜の血尽きることなし能力使用竜の血尽きることなし了解ちょうど沈めはっ甘い
The Destiny Hero user? Are you serious? He was Aster? What the hell? Well, that probably wasn't his name in that, but still.
五輪の神髄
kind of hilarious, honestly.
何サービスだとも
なん天満の自在天地
Wait, the Destiny card.
研究
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense because I'm like, I don't see that voice working.
我が勝負一緒な大戦争
If you can find it, World War, and link it in the chat, it will make a lot more sense.
マスター無事で何よりだ
All right, we getting there. We getting that up for them master missions. All right, we got 2 more things to go. I'm probably gonna call it a night as soon as I'm done with this section, but we'll see how far we can keep going with this. Move pen to the front. Umu cannons. Yeah, they did. Because I think originally in the anime, oh, Sartorius, that was what... Okay, alright. Yep, that makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. But yeah, Sartorius was the guy who used Arcana Force, because honestly, how it was in the anime, instead of a coin flip, it did like a weird kind of like face up or reverse fate, similar to how like Arcana decks are used to determine fortune. It didn't really translate well. They just keep on coming. What the hell are these things? Why are there so damn many? At least they're satisfying to shoot, but still. Repulsive. There's something indecent about these creatures. They have no regard for their own lives.
Indeed, they are infused with vast amounts of magical energy. I doubt these creatures are the product of a normal ecosystem. We have more incoming through a hole in the ceiling! There's a second and a third!
They certainly aren't shaped like any ordinary creature. Could they be phantasmals? As they have just appeared now, perhaps they were originally some sort of plant that is transformed into Searcher's kin. Am I Dan Green? Yes, World War. I am Dan Green. Beep boop and such. Nah. Yo, Arcana Force Zero the Fool was actually quite good, I'm gonna say. No, on second thought, most likely.
How dare you!
Oh, Scotty's mad.
What possible reason could you seeds have for barging into my castle, knowing I have connected myself to the Tree of Emptiness? Seeds? That's it. I'm analyzing the data now. They are seeds from the Tree of Emptiness. I can't believe it. Even the seeds are autonomous and capable of fighting. I was willing to turn a blind eye to the occasional stray seed, but how dare you damage my castle? This transgression will not stand! I, the king of this Lostbelt, command you to die!
Oh shit! Scotty's pissed!
What? Of course they're not going to self-destruct on your command. Haven't you noticed? Your connection to them has been severed. I suppose I'll have to help you out a bit, seeing as you're evidently helpless by yourself.
Damn!
Yuya!
Whoa!
Nice work. So that's what the Divine Spirit's Magecraft can do. Wait, how did I piss off Scotty? I was the one that was trying to defend the throne room. Lies and slander on my name.
If it isn't Freya. It's Elia's stepmother. Didn't you just hear Mosh call me that? I suppose you are right. Freya would never allowed herself to wield ice and snow as I do. Regardless, I must commend you. You did well to escape my dungeon. I should have expected as much from my daughter in proper human history, my companion's beloved child. I could have escaped whenever. The only reason I didn't is because I know you'd really go all out to seal me away again, this time for good if I did. I was just passing the time when I heard a big commotion coming from inside the castle.
Just go into my corner of shame for pissing off Scotty? I was trying to help her! Mama Scotty, will you not understand that I was simply trying to help? I was trying to ward off the heathens from your throne room.
At first I thought you were fighting everyone else after finally defeating Searcher, but I was wrong. What happened? I thought you were supposed to be the Queen of Scandinavia. Did you not notice that Ophelia cut your connection to the Tree of Emptiness? So it would seem. That certainly explains why they did not obey my order to self-destruct. So basically, it's Russia all over again, huh? Let me get this straight. Up till now, the Queen's been connected to the Tree of Emptiness, but with her connection severed now.
Forget my shame cone hat. Come on, why?
The Cryptor's trying to make Searcher the new Lostbelt King by connecting him to it instead. Madness. There is no telling what sort of disaster may ensue if Searcher were to absorb the tree's power for himself.
Though I see you seem to have some idea, Your Majesty.
Indeed I do. To begin with, he would no doubt raze Scandinavia to the ground in but a single breath.
Uh-oh. Oh, come on!
The flaming sword he wields is a blade forged by a planet.
Chat room, why must you always bully me?
Its sole purpose is to rend the Age of Gods asunder, to wipe it from the face of the earth. Should it be successful, it will leave nothing behind. It is that powerful of a weapon. A divine construct. A noble phantasm on par with Rongonimiad. On top of that, he's still got the paper moon, which means it's even more likely his destruction could reach the outside.
Because it's fun. Damn World Wars. I know you're stating facts, but it's still bullying. Come on. Assuming his magical energy and spiritual rank increase to that degree, Your Majesty, would you tell us where the Tree of Emptiness is located?
The northern zone. The Tree of Emptiness took root beyond the Fire Mountains. Though of course I have been using my ice and snow crystals to hide it from view.
I see. So you were using Magecraft-based optical camouflage and jamming its magical energy signature all at once. No wonder we were unable to locate the Tree of Emptiness once we arrived in this Lostbelt. Very well, now that we have dealt with those intruders, would you be so kind as to give us an answer to my earlier proposal, Queen Skahak?
Yes, I suppose I should.
We'd really appreciate your help.
With things as they are, I suppose there is little alternative. Enemies of my sworn enemy, human and heroic spirits of proper human history, I accept your proposal. Our alliance, however, will be a temporary one. Do not forget that. And one more thing. Do not enter into this alliance with the intent to hold anything back at all. Remember, Searcher defeated Odin himself. You must kill a killer of gods. You should appreciate the incredible difficulty of this particular task. Is that clear?
You're too kind, Your Majesty. What a coup! Now my new Grand Almy's even got its own goddess and queen.
Foe! Foe!
Does that mean we will get at least one copy of Scotty? Oh god, please. Here's hoping.
I see, I see. So you're happy about this too, huh, Papel? Come on, Private, celebrate with me. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. It's not every day you get to kill a god slayer alongside a goddess and a great hero. With a lineup like this, we can't possibly lose.
And good thing too. One Waterloo was more than enough. I'm trusting you two to handle the Vanguard. Sound good? Certainly. I shall do my utmost to clear a path for you.
As will I. We shall be your blades until our spirit cores and spirit origins finally crumble apart. Rest assured, I will never fall to heartless flame.
Ooh la la, I'm falling in love with you all over again.
Please don't. Really, you mustn't, Emperor. Sigurd is right here beside me.
Is she feeling... Damn. Hey, considering you guys also went through the same story, she probably won't answer your call either. Turning this back around on you. I curse your Scotty rolls, World War.
I can hardly blame him given your beauty. But I must warn you, Emperor, you will never win her heart. It already belongs to me. I can't compete with that. Maybe this is a sign I ought to focus on my main squeeze.
Be warned. While I have used my runes to hold your spirit cords together, the bonds are still fragile. If you expend all of your magical energy in battle, then they will once again crumble. That's awful.
Please do not concern yourself with us, Lady Mosh. The existence of servants is a brief, fleeting one.
So it's destiny on my pair. So, ha? Really? We'll see about that.
Once our task is done, it is our fate to disappear. Both Brynhild and I are well aware of that. Let our bodies be your sword. Let our bodies be your strength. Lord Ryuzaki, we may not have forged official contracts with you. But as our temporary master, our blades are yours to wield for humanity as you see fit. Thanks for helping us, you two.
Going for my... Dang.
It looks like we're all on the same page. What a relief. If you dug in your heels, If you'd have dug in your heels, I was worried I'd have to fight you myself, and that one or both of us might end up dead. But for now, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I'm sure we can get along until this is all over. Right, stepmother? Yes, I suppose we can. It seems we will have a chance to test how well we can fight together sooner than expected.
Hostiles detected! Giants! There's a whole bunch of big ones headed your way from underground! Scotty? Queen Scotty, were there still giants underground?
Must be the red giants that were chained up. These guys should be old hat by now, right, Private?
They broke the chains.
I'm sensing multiple moose bulls. They appear to be the ones who are being kept underneath the castle. But there's something different about their heads. They're not wearing their masks anymore.
Which would you go for, Elia, or Elia? I know of 2 Elias. Is there a third one that I should be aware of? Because if so, I'm scared.
Searcher's power must have broken them. Now they will no longer heed commands from my bloodline. Very well then. I shall assist in dealing with them myself.
Huh. That's one down. That's one down. We have multiple hostiles in the area. Master, permission to engage the enemy. Granted. Understood.
You're getting good at giving out orders, Private. Remind me to give you a medal once these guys are toast.
Very well. Let us begin!
You can guess which one I'm referring to. Your Prisma Elia, this Elia, and I'm just gonna go right ahead and assume. I'm gonna assume Kuro.
お任せ夢のように小さないいとも
来たよ。
そこは壁もなく城もなく海すらない始まりの空地の底で輝く原初の星
Yeah, I had a feeling it was Kuro, but I didn't want to assume. I'm gonna be honest, they all scare me, especially Kuro. Keep her 50 feet away from me. I still need to put out a restraining order for Dove to not use the damn suck noises in my ear whenever Kuro's on screen. I still have nightmares about that. For those who are referring to what I'm talking about, go check out Yusei D Wheeler's Twitch. It was either Yusei D Wheeler's Twitch or Baby Dove's Twitch where we were going through Kuro's interlude and the suck happened. Ugh. No, Chirno. There is nothing pleasant about any of that. Warlord, stop it! It is time to stop! You guys are out of control. You are out of control, chat room. You need to be stopped. I'm just checking something really quick, guys. Got that. Okay. Sorry, I was checking something else. Ay, caramba. Stop hitting her in the face, Todo-sama! Ay, caramba. So you're leaving your mess to World War. I see, Cherno. But in all seriousness, thanks for stopping by tonight, Cherno. Have a good night, my friend.
タッチしたよ世はもう止まらぬぞボンそじりしたそうか
Do your work, Hokusai.
万象見通す限定北進より八甲擁護せし尊上の王よ渾身の一筆を収め立てまつる
Good night. It's almost 9 a.m. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's almost 9 a.m. for you. Oh my god, I'm sorry. My apologies. Okay, allow me to rephrase it then. Get good sleeps. Gonna borrow Dove's vocabulary for that.
Yumi Orita. Luxurious, majestic, yet graceful!
見るがよいこれぞお前の歌うミルステリアスすなわち黄金劇場であるちょこざいな
Nice done, World War. You flubbed your line. How do you feel?
キラ我が劇場のサビになるかそこを動くなえいドドドドダーン
何サービスだとも
Ow! Ow!
トップだよ待ってないからそこを動くなえいそら万事愛済みました
Alright, got more Saint Quartz fragments.
Yay!
But meanwhile, back at the Shadow Border. The battle in the castle is over. The battle in the castle is over. That would seem to be the last of the giants who were dwelling in the underground.
Now hurry up and get on the border. We're waiting on the other side of the bridge. Understood. Foo! 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 So I guess this means the queen was forcing the giants to obey her all this time rather than them having submitted willingly. But then, if she did have them under her control, why did they go around attacking Mosh and Ryuzaki the moment they laid eyes on them?
I assume those masks were only able to provide enough control for her to prevent them from attacking the villages. In which case, they would not stop the giants from homing in on any heat source that happened to wander into their field of view. Aha, gotcha. So that's why the villages are safe to live in. And since you don't have to leave your village to survive here, I guess it all works out. Her Majesty thought this stuff through more than I thought.
This world couldn't have lasted for 3,000 years otherwise, especially since it sounds like most of it had been burned down to the ground. Keeping each village's population to 100 people must have been a restriction intended to ensure the life could continue here. I mean, the queen even made those conifer trees out of ice with her magical energy. There just isn't that much food to go around. You had to be strong to survive in Russia, but here, being strong is a death sentence. The only way to survive in this world is to stay weak and live your life inside the confines of your village. But that is neither here nor there. Come on, everyone. We've got to get ready to welcome back Mosh Ryuzaki, the heroic spirits, and Her Majesty herself.
Multiple divine spirits, huh? And all of them on a vehicle under my command. Very well. Under the circumstances, I suppose there is nothing to do but accept that my report will likely fill a volume or two.
Where did that idea come from? Have you got nothing but free time or something?
Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. If I come to be recognized as a great author once we have restored humanity, the Musics could end up becoming lords. After all, it's the mark of an excellent leader to plan for what happens following the battle's end.
Now you're throwing shade at Napoleon?
There's no way you could ascend into a lordship without the clout to go head-to-head with policies in the aristocracy. Now get your head out of the clouds and your ass in a chair!
Damn, Mounier! Mounier throwing down that shade.
What did you say to me? And how do you know so much about...
I do beg your pardon, Mr. Mounier, but would you mind hurrying along with our travel preparations? Though they may appear to be moving slowly, the giant's footsteps cover an astonishing amount of ground.
What Holmes said. Now come on, let's pick up the pace so we can catch up quickly. All set? Then let's kill ourselves some giants.
The trap lover is spitting bars. Yo, that's truth. That's truth, though. If Agartha taught us anything, it's that Mounier loves traps. Oh, so we gotta deal with those things now, too. Shit. Alright. Alright, we'll go along with this. Better switch that around. We will have... Gonna switch out the Mystic Code really quick. This is what I need, right? Yes, this is what I need.
Why are we using this lump of metal for transport? That seems terribly inefficient. The heroic spirits would reach our destination far more quickly with a flight rune or a speed rune. Fall?
We determined this was the best course of action under the circumstances, Your Majesty.
Totally. The giants are way more aggressive now, and we've got the tree of emptiness seeds falling from the sky. Flying would make us easy targets for the giants lobbing ice boulders, and fleeing on foot would open us up to... And fleeing on... I can do words. Fleeing on foot would open us up to getting picked off individually. Here in the border, it's much easier to attack and defend at once. For example, the Emperor can use his cannon up on the deck to scatter any groups that come after us.
Huh? I just saw something new on the radar.
More enemies?
No, they're not hostile, but they are living.
Are those... birds?
Can you push them up on the monitor? Of course. Here you go.
Look! Fall!
Haven't seen these in a while.
Yes, 2 of them again, no less. They must be native to the fields that crop in between the fire and ice zones. Huh. They must be good friends. Wait, let me get a better look at them. You two. You say you have seen these birds before? Yes, several times. I see. That explains it. Now it all makes sense. Something on your mind, Your Majesty? Just thinking out loud, young sage.
Hey, mesdames et messieurs! Hey, mesdames et messieurs! Can you hear me down there in that luxurious, toasty room of yours? This is Napoleon reporting in from atop the border. I just saw some flying creatures besides those birds. We've got another bunch of seeds headed our way. How far away are these things coming from anyway? I'm not seeing anything over... Whoa, scratch that. Definitely more of those seeds. Ah, craps, they're changing course to try and land on top of this thing. Moving to intercept now. Anyone who wants to come join me, come on up. Are you sure you're fully recovered, Mosh?
Yes, I'm all set. Da Vinci already finished looking over the Ortonox. It was pretty much good as new, thanks to the Queen fixing it up.
Man, these primordial runes really are something.
I'll head out as well. I would like to familiarize myself with Grom's weight a bit more.
I'll go too.
No, you stay here. I can handle this alone, and I want you to rest up.
No, my love. Come what may, I will not leave your side.
I see. Very well then, let us go together.
They're so fucking adorable together. They're just enjoying as much time as they can together. All right.
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか
Let's get down to brass tacks.
小さな窓がお望みのままにそこは壁もなく城もなく国すらない始まりの空地の底で輝く原初の星魂のありかを見せようか
Ooh, excuse me. Garden of Avalon.
何サービスだともとでは本気を出すとし
They're firing freaking lasers. Go, Dragon Witch.
上等よ。ここがあんたの終わりよ。
Nice, nice, Jean Alto.
何をする。きらめくぞ。撃てー。
Ow. Why? Oh, I should have boosted her up. Oh well. L'agrandamento du haine. L'agrandamento du haine. God almighty, that noble phantasm is strong as fuck. Oh, we have giants now. Excellent. Tag out. The power of Bro Toki. But first, the Umu Cannon.
Who is that? Is it a beauty? Is it Rome? But it's me, of course!
Oh man, the first one didn't die. Damn it! I wasted Bro Toki's noble phantasm. Son of a bitch. Sit the road then. Bear howling. Then drive. I'm so angry that I wasted it. I'm so angry. Yeah, I will take that L. I deserve it. You had one job, Ryu. You had one damn job. Yeah, Brotoki can still end this, though. C'est la vie. I'm already there, World War. I'm already there.
The battle is over. It looks like that was the last of the seeds. I never thought the giants would group together to chase after us while the border was moving, though.
I wonder, was they trying to hold us back, or is it just a coincidence they showed up now? I can't imagine they were sent here to stall us, but... True. I don't sense any real intelligence guiding their actions, though. It may well be that they're not here at either Searcher or the Cryptor's command.
You think the seeds came out on their own? Or maybe that the Tree of Emptiness itself scattered them?
Oh no, I'm not doing no coffee for a week. You're basically condemning me to death at that point, World War. Yes, that is certainly a possibility. Fascinating. Perhaps these seeds are the Tree of Emptiness's way of defending itself. I believe you first encountered one while you were in the old Jotunheimen Highlands.
That's right. It was when we were on Mount Galdhoppigen.
Perhaps it has to do with latitude. If true, that would explain why it responded automatically once you headed north.
Alright, come on then. This isn't a game. If you're done there, get yourselves back fast. Back inside. Well, not you, Emperor. You just gotta stick to your guns. Cannon.
Yep, don't you worry about that. You're something else treating me like an ordinary gunner, mademoiselle. Brynhild. Must be hard for you to be so close to me. I know my very existence wears on you. Even with the Queen's protection.
It's alright, Sigurd. Strangely enough, I'm comfortably able to control myself. Maybe it's because over half my spirit core is already destroyed. I was already broken when I materialized, so perhaps by breaking myself further, I'm better able to resist my usual temptations.
How peculiar that becoming heroic spirits has reduced us to this.
Not at all, my love. I'm happy about these turn of events.
Oh, it's like adorable puppy love.
So cute!
Alright, alright. Alright, that is going to be a doozy. Okay. Section 15. We should be reaching near the end of this Lostbelt. Unfortunately, this is where we're going to have to cut it off for tonight. Okay. Thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching me go through some more of Lostbelt 2 and Fate Grand Order. Let's see if we can raid someone real quick before I do my usual sign-off spiel. Okay, you got the da-da-da. Alright, so we got Pandy. Oh, okay, we can raid my friend Mega Voltmage. He's currently going through Final Fantasy VII Remake right now. He's a he's got a small little collective. I always like helping people out, so we're gonna give him a raid. So until next time, guys, if you haven't done so, make sure to follow here on twitch.tv at RyuzakiMK7. You can follow me on Twitter and Instagram at that as well. If you haven't already done so, make sure to join the Discord page of Anime Rev Productions. at this link right here. And all that good stuff. I should be putting up the stream schedule for this week sometime tomorrow. I'm probably going to be taking tomorrow off as a chance to just relax and take a quick breather and all that. But one thing I can confirm though, hopefully I should be starting up my first playthrough of Persona 5 Royal this week, and we're going to be doing it on Merciless mode. I have decided that we're going to be doing Persona 5 Royal on Merciless. So yeah, that's gonna be a ride. All right, so I'm gonna begin the raid on Megavolt Mage. All viewers, get ready to raid. All right, here we go. All right, so until next time, guys, I'm Ryu. Have a good night, and as always, stay awesome. Let's go raid him.